Hello, everybody. John Friedel, Professor Slots, and it looks like we are up and running. Let me make sure that I have
Hello, everybody.
a way to...
John Friedel, Professor. I don't know about you, but I...
So, just a few technical setups here that I need to do to make sure I know where I am at. There's more than a few things going on here. What I'd like to get to is this place which tells me... Skip that. Okay, come on now. Events. Live control room. That's what I want. I am live now. Awesome. There we are. Okay. Info and settings. Right. No reason why we shouldn't just get started here. I want to check to see if I have... I do apologize. It's a... there's a way to do this where I can see chat messages. I have a good stream status. I've been up for 45 seconds. There's 5 concurrent. And where are the chats? Live chat. Well, right. Guess that's good enough. Apologize for the late start. This is my very first going live, and it certainly is an interesting technical experience. But we're here to, I'm starting a regular Saturday afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, question and answer sessions for anything slots related. As you may know, I have a website, podcast, a YouTube channel that hasn't gotten a lot of use. That's all going to change. And particularly with going live on every weekend on Saturday at 2 o'clock. One question, if you want to comment below, is 2 o'clock Eastern Time a good time? I didn't want to do it in the evening on Saturdays. That would maybe interfere with people going to the casino, and wouldn't want to do that. So let's see. Make sure I can be heard. Okay. So I thought it'd be a good place to start with just a brief overview of what I have to offer, where you might have been coming from. I've mentioned on my podcast that I would be going live on YouTube, my most recent episode. And I also put this a new schedule on my website. So let's see if I can show you some of these things. And post my schedule. Whoa, what is that? I'd hoped to be able to share images, and it was working just fine. So what I'm doing here is 3 different things. I'm recording this so that I can share it with people who can't make it. It's going to be going out as an audio recording on my next podcast, assuming I'm technically up and running. The next thing is to put this up on YouTube live so that, hello, you can see me. The third thing is I'm trying something a little unusual. I'm also going live on Facebook right now. On my because I have many Facebook groups, which I wanted to show you that. Don't really seem to have that ability right now. It's not happening. Despite my attempts. That's too bad. Right. I'm on Facebook. I have 57 Facebook groups, which is a bit much and a bit difficult at times, particularly as I grow. But I'll be fine. What I'm trying to do there is build community, and a lot of people are on Facebook. So I started a Facebook group for each state. So Arizona, Alabama, all the way alphabetically to Wyoming, including the U.S. territories. A lot of gambling going on in a couple of them, and not much at all in a couple others. And our federal district, which just got sports betting. Oof. So if you want to find those, you go to facebook.com/PS period, and then the state's name. No spaces, no dashes. So facebook.com/PS period Arizona for the Arizona slots community. And feel free to sign up. If you go to professorslots.com/schedule, you will see a link to all of those different states towards the bottom. The top is my schedule. And let me see if I can pull that up. Make one more attempt to make that available for you. No, I do not want that. What I'm trying to do here is share images with software, and there's this software and that software and this software and that software, and some of it allows me to have video, hello, and some of it allows me to have sound, hello, and some of it lets me have screen captures, which aren't working, but they were 5 minutes ago. So I will jump in here and see if I can maybe figure out a quick way to share some of this stuff. Because images are great. I mean, I'm fine with just being here talking to you, but by golly, why not do this too? So several things I want to do here. Analytics. All right. Well, we will just keep going. Oh, Catherine, you had a comment. I found the chat window. What is your best advice for someone with a very low budget and only gets to gamble about once every 2 months? Maybe I'm kind of turning my head here, so I will bring this over so I can see it at the same time. By the way, hello, Catherine. It's been nice chatting with you, and I'm glad that you're the first chat message on live for me. Congratulations. You're a winner. What is your best advice for someone with a very low budget and only gets to gamble about once every 2 months? Golden rule. The golden rule that I have for going to the casino and playing slots is only spend as much as you can afford to lose. The assumption, I just saw another comment. That's awesome. I wondered about that this morning myself. Ohio State started their game about 2 hours ago, and I'm in Ohio, so we shall see what works out as a better time. But for now, the golden rule is to not spend, not take to the casino anything more than you can afford to lose. People seem to climb onto that boat of, well, I need to have more and more money, and no, it isn't. You just play within your means. So one of the equations that I have, one of the suggestions that I make is if you want to try out a slot machine, then you need to make somewhere between 100 and 120 bets. So if you have a $2,000 bankroll. I mean, who has a $2,000 bankroll? Some high limits, I'm sure. But that means that you can play higher and higher denominations, bigger and bigger bets, and still get that 100 to 120 bets in to see how well you're going to do on the slot machine. You're welcome, Catherine. And but if you have $100, or as a friend of mine at work has said, a roll of quarters, then you want to play something that allows you still to get 100 to 120 bets in. So if you had $1, then you bet one credit on a penny machine, and you get 100 bets. That, you have to kind of get away from the idea that it's really exciting to risk, large amounts that you can't afford to lose. You're there for entertainment, and that's not entertaining. I don't think. So, staying away from the problem gambling stuff. Whatever you decide that you want to take to the casino to lose, and if something else happens, that's fine, but we have to remember the golden rule, then just divide that by 100. Whatever that number is, if it's $100, divide it by 100, and you've got $1. So you can make $1 bets. Now, is this a quarter machine with 3 credits or 4 credits? Say 4 credits, 3 credits a little more common. 4 credits, then you're making $1 bets with a 4 credit bet on a quarter machine. And you can get 100 bets out of that. And that should be enough to evaluate a slot machine. If you want to last longer with $100, then you're going to have to bet less. You might have to bet 1 credit on a quarter machine. How long are you going to be at the casino? 3 hours? That sort of thing. $500 for 4 days with bets around 50 cents. Part of that is how long. Thank you, Catherine, for the additional information. Yeah, that works. I mean, the people who make $5 bets with that $500, it doesn't last long. That's the general rule. Now, you can try, if you see a winning strategy, of which there are many, 7, 8, then you can try, you build some confidence that that's what's going on. Then you can risk your bankroll, which you still should assume you're going to lose, even if you don't. You can risk your bankroll to see what would happen because you have some evidence that something might work, like 4 o'clock in the morning after a major holiday, or a busy night after they gave away a car the night before, the next morning early, other things that I talk about on my website. And at that point, you're not there at the casino for a 3-hour session. You're there to see if you can walk away with a jackpot. And I actually don't find that very enjoyable. I mean, that's making money, okay? And you go in, you do your thing, and you leave, and it's about 10 minutes. And when you're making money, it's not as enjoyable as entertaining yourself. Nowhere in there was a dinner. Nowhere in there was, just playing for a long time. It's a different thing. What do you mean saying a worthwhile machine? I want to go back to the prior comment. P-ball. I'm probably pronouncing that terribly. Yes, after college football season would be a better time, but this is going to be recorded if you have a live comment, and people can always email me at john@professorslots.com, where John is spelled Jon, and we can do this around the football season. But, there's a football season, there's March Madness, and I'm going to be skipping entire months. I don't think so. So people need to know some of the stuff that I talk about, so, or want to know, I should say. So we will see if there's a better time, but right now, have to maybe give a survey or something, do this for a couple of weeks and give out a poll. What do you mean saying a worthwhile machine? Right. So there's 2 things that are going on at a casino. One is to not recognize the patterns, to not have any patterns at a particular casino. The easiest way to really describe this is to consider something back before 2012. More than 7 years ago, before the software came out that made all the changes in the operating system at the casino, there is, machines were random in the same way for 2 weeks, before they had to be adjusted by the casino to meet their state gaming requirements. A little up, a little down. There's always been settings on slot machines. And what are those settings? Let's see. 8 concurrent viewers, 22 playbacks. I have to check the stream status to make sure I'm not breaking up and it still says good. That was one of my biggest concerns is I'm out there in, farmland, but I recently got upgraded to better broadband and I was like, oh, I could go live. But let's see, where we're talking about 20 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, everything was random. And it wouldn't really change for maybe 2 weeks. And maybe the machine would be updated to one of 6 other possible settings when a slot machine mechanic would come and open it up. And, just the settings, close it, and it's good for another couple of weeks, 7 to 10 days, whatever. And that's how it used to be before these new operating systems came out and casinos kind of took off all over the state. I mean, it was just Nevada, and then it became... wasn't just Nevada, then New Jersey, then Atlantic City became not as important when things really took off on the East Coast, and now we've got almost every state, not every state, but almost every state with these things. So there's been a progression, and one of the biggest problems that casinos has had is just not having enough people, and it costs so much to have that many people, and even then it's hard to handle the crowds. So they automated. And the automation got rid of individuals, slot machinists, slot mechanics, opening these doors and changing the odds. And now it became remote. It became something that can be done daily. And that's one of the questions that I have saved for discussion if we get to that. And so all this, what I'm saying here is that before there used to be maybe a machine that was set up to win, that was invisible, that was visible from a distance. The casino had a budget and they set it up to win for a short amount of time. I did that in 2004. It was shocking. To have that experience got me thinking about all this stuff for quite a while. And now it is automated. And when you have automation, you have patterns. If they're going to adjust the odds on multiple times per day, then that means that you can go in at different times of the day and your odds will be better or worse. Because that can happen, you can figure out when that is. You can figure out whether mornings are better on Mondays and afternoons are better on Tuesdays, because once you realize it's possible, then you can determine when those times are. And that's how you improve your odds. You're already at 92%, some places 89% payout return. So all you need is another 10%, and suddenly you're making money on average over long term. Okay, right. What do you mean about worthwhile machine? So that's basically it, that there are worthwhile machines. How do you find them? I have long articles on these things. One of the things I could do, I suppose, is start chatting with links to my articles. Let me see if I can quickly do that for you. I'm trying to make this like a seamless experience for you guys, but let me specifically answer that question. So what would be a good article for the topic of, let's see, blogs. Why don't I just give you my, there we go. I have a very popular article, or at least Google thinks so. Can you guess who controls your slot machine odds? So let me put the link in the chat messages. And this will get you started with some of the way I talk about things, and different aspects of this are actually elsewhere. So let me drop that into the chat. There you go. You're okay. So, people, you're just moved to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Please go to professorslots.com/LA. That's my state-by-state article for Louisiana, and that's my best thoughts on what's going on in Louisiana. Really, you want to look at the gaming regulations to see if there's anything there that tells you which slot machine denomination is better, that sort of thing. Everybody's a little bit different. Every state's a little bit different. Some don't offer that. Still finding the right slot is how to read results. So Ron asks, still finding the right slot is how to read results. It can be. What I've discovered, I call it my goodness ratio. You can look at the front screen of a slot machine where it shows 1 credit, 2 credit, 3 credit, however many, and has a top jackpot if it's not progressive. And you can look at that and you could divide it by, let's say it's 3 credits, and it's $10,000. No, what's a more reasonable one? $2,400. Let's do $4,000 on a quarter machine for 4 credits. So you divide it by a quarter, which brings it down to 100. You divide it by 4 credits, which brings it down to 250. So you take the top jackpot, you divide it by the denomination, and you divide it by the number of credits that would be required to get that top jackpot. This is non-progressives only. That number was 400. All right. Well, if you go to the machine next to it, and it says 2,000 top jackpot, and then you do the same division. It's still a quarter machine, still 4 credits, and you get 200. Well, you want to play the machine that has a goodness ratio of 400, because if you're going to win, you're going to win more. Now, that's not necessarily a good machine. The one with the 200, the ratio for that's 200, is a bad machine. So just by looking at a slot machine without playing it, I cannot tell you if it is a good machine or not. What I can tell you is if it's a bad machine. And we're halfway there. So you want to have a machine that actually pays out well if it were to pay out. And you can just do that by the goodness ratio. So where I talk about that is pages. So right. Gotta have these right at my fingertips lately. Choosing slot machines. Right, there it is. So I'll put this link in there for you. This is this article, the page on my website discusses the goodness ratio and how you can tell which slot machines are bad and don't play those. And see, a point here and a point there, and the payout returns, all you need is something like 10 points, 11 points at the most, and suddenly you're making money. And if I've met so many people, so many people in my audience who have been winning, but they lose as much as they win. And I try to tell them, maybe your focus should be losing less because you're winning enough. So this is the point on that. And hey, if that statement doesn't grab you as far as being useful, I'm trying to think about slot machines. I'm trying to think about how casinos operate, how they work, and how we can take advantage of that. I can't tell you which game theme is better. You can have one machine next to another, and they're all the same game theme, and one of them is better. It's not about the game theme as much as the casino might want you to think that. All right, so people, if you have questions about Louisiana, you can email me or come back on next Saturday, or even wait a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Well, 24 minutes in. Thanks for doing live sessions. Learned a lot in the last few days in Facebook group about Class 2 versus Class 3 slots I never knew. Denise, hey, sure, Oklahoma. That's the Facebook group, Oklahoma, for everybody else. Facebook.com/FB. Okay. And she had some questions about what's going on in Oklahoma. Very interesting state. It's about, I think it's like 45-55 ratio between Class 2 and Class 3 slot machines. Class 2 slot machines are allowed at tribal casinos, even if they don't have a gaming compact. It's a federal law. But the state does have to have some form of gambling. So it's a type of competitive slot machine, often based on bingo. And then there's Class 3, which is basically your Las Vegas slot machine. And understanding that each of those has two different sources of gaming regulations, and whether or not you're protected as well, or various things, you need to. Again, learning more about the gaming regulations for the state that you're gambling in will allow you to make some interesting decisions. I think a lot of people are coming into the groups, YouTube, visiting my website, just knowing that they're winning, but not understanding why. So I talk about why, and people are seeing things, and it's like, am I seeing this correctly? And believe me, I went through that myself. Right. So Tom asks, look for casino staff running around paying jackpots. I walk into a casino. What I've been doing more and more of is walking into a casino I've never been to, because I might be in Pittsburgh, right? And I walk in and I sit down and I look. I did this in Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas, and I did it for like 15 minutes, and there was nothing happening. There are plenty of people playing. $1 machines, you should occasionally have a jackpot and a hand pay, and none of them were happening. And I was like, oh, this is not a good place, and then because casinos are businesses, some nights are better than others. Like Las Vegas during the week is far better than Las Vegas during the weekend. And I talk about that in another article. Yeah, people, let me know if it's anything on my end that I can help with problems with chat. Right. So, in your case, if you want to know if Tuesday night, Tom, if Tuesday night's a good time to be at your casino, don't spend your money and find out it's not a good time. Look around at other people spending their money and seeing if you can figure out something that's going on. The downside is you're like, well, I was going to play that machine, but they won the jackpot on that machine. Oh, I should have played that machine. I've been on the receiving end of that. I've won a lot of jackpots, one after the other, 7 in one night, high limit area. So almost everything was a taxable jackpot. And I've had people get really upset saying, you took my machine. That was supposed to have been my jackpot. And I'm like, what? No, that's not how it works. It's the microsecond of which I push the button. It wasn't like you would have won if you'd sat down. It was, no. So, but people do get pretty excited about seeing other people win, and have to sort of get used to that. Right. Denise, I have done that, realized what times are best for payout and the best days. Wednesday is the worst where I play in Oklahoma. One of the things I do worry about, and even back before I started all this and I was winning, I was talking about it with my coworkers, right? And I'm like, if I tell them what casino, what night, what time, what slot machine, are they going to be sitting in that chair later? Maybe I shouldn't quite give that much detail. So when we'd have these Facebook groups and people were talking about, giving pictures of machines, I'm like, don't tell us exactly when. You can tell us which slot machine, that's fine. But, maybe not share Wednesday evening, although it really does get down to like half-hour segments. So as long as nobody really shares, I wouldn't want anybody to find another person with a Professor Slots shirt sitting at their chair. That would be sad. Right. Good point, losing less. Yeah. Thanks, Tom. Going through these greener pastures. Greener pastures, facebook.com/FB. Okay. And, you can meet the other people from Oklahoma, who have lots to say, and they are a chatty group. Right. Catherine, when the casino has, tier or comp multiplier, our odds of winning not as good. The answer to that question is what you think it is. The odds are not as good. But why? It isn't you. It isn't if you get the comp. It isn't for that tier. When those comps are higher, the casino has a good business reason to not have the odds high. When they can adjust the odds for mornings, afternoons, and evenings, that would be a terrible time to have good odds for the casino. I mean, they do have some financial reasons too. They can't go too far off. They got to maintain a certain limit based on state law. But I never liked it when a casino would want me someplace. It's like any promotion. All right. There's rows of people. The parking lot's full and there's 200 people in a line. I should tell you a story about that. I went to a casino to have a tournament and there was a row of 200 people. And I was like, oh, and I went up to one of the slot attendants who's sort of like corralling people all in this row. And I'm like, is this the line? She says, well, unless you're a 7 stars at Horseshoe, that's what's top tier. Unless you're a 7 stars, yeah. And I'm like, and where do the 7 stars people go? And she's like, and everybody sort of stops talking. And they all turn to look at me and their eyes are big. And I'm like, which way? And they're like, over there. And I'm like, I look over there and there's like nobody in the line. So I go and do that. But it's, I took my sister to Las Vegas Caesar's Palace and introduced her to the Diamond Lounge. She may be on here. And gave her the companion card for 7 stars when I was investing in that and being a 7 stars. And there's this long line of people, 3rd tier diamond status. And I just, I had to tell her, okay, hang on. We're going to go up through this line. We're going to go to the front. There's nobody there on that line, the one we are going to go through. But you got to be careful. I want you to experience what it's like to have all these eyes follow you, like kind of on the back of your neck, right? And I want you to strut, not too much, but a little bit. And let's just experience this together. And so we walked past, 50 people in line on a Tuesday morning before the 4th of July holiday at the Diamond Lounge in Caesar's Palace. And we got to the end of the line and she was like, what was that? I'm like, yeah, well, go in now. And the other people will wait. I can't do anything about it. It's top tier stuff. And like it was hard, but sorry. But she really enjoyed that experience and I was happy to give her that experience. I had a hard time handling, sitting down at a slot machine, putting my card in and within 30 seconds, somebody showing up and asking me if there's anything that I needed. That was a weird experience. Okay. But I don't, being a high limit is its own little thing, and it's not a big audience, so I only like to mention it occasionally. Okay, so questions. The odds of winning are, I would say it's not as good. It may be that it's not bad, but the casino has a good, solid business reason for it not to be good, and why wouldn't they? Never won on Wednesdays, and yes, that is senior day. Okay, Denise answered the question. Ball. Okay, that website shows pictures of their jackpot winners in front of a machine showing wins, denominations, dates of win for the year. Right. There is some places that will do that. But do they have the time? Because that matters. For me, I always found it was like within 10 minutes. That's one of the other things I write about is not every casino has every winning strategy. Some casinos don't have any, but it's based on the business practices of the casino. But if you can figure out which one, if one, works at that casino, then there's consequences, and I try to write about those. Like, if they offer a taste at each slot machine, then you can use that against them and just take the taste and not keep on playing and spend all the money you brought with you as well as what you want. That's another website article. But some casinos will set up a good time to win, and you saw somebody win or you won yourself. So you leave, you come back a week later, 10 minutes earlier, and play through the same 5 minutes earlier, play through the same time period. and your odds are improved at those casinos that do that. Not every casino, but and that's okay. People also giving me more information here. Okay, that website shows pictures. Some of the patterns shown that no jackpots in the middle of the month, some on the same slot machines, etc. Yeah, please understand that the casino doesn't know this stuff. I mean, when I say the casino, I mean the people who work at that casino. There might be an executive somewhere. There might be an accountant somewhere. But they're not talking to the slot attendants. They're not talking to the people who are in charge of marketing. There's just like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand doing, and the right hand's in another state. Okay, so yeah, if you find that information, go check it out. Do something very careful, making sure that you can afford to lose the money, and test your theory. I'm an experimentalist. I run the experiment. Right. So also on Fridays they have a drawing. Past week jackpot winners 4,000. Previous winners for that week. Plus, if you show up in person, they double the $4,000 amount. See, that's the other thing that I wanted to say about for Karen is sometimes they screw up the rules on these promotions, and you go through them and you're like, wow, no, I'm going to totally be there because who wrote this stuff? It's I won the car that way. I won a car, in case there's an article on that. And the host was telling me I was only, in that casino, I was only a second from the top tier, not the top tier at that time. I didn't ever really go past it because the way you win there, you didn't spend a lot of money. You won a lot of money, you didn't spend a lot of money. But 2 o'clock in the afternoon, talking to the host on a Friday, and they were like, going to come to the drawing tonight? And I'm like, no, why would I? Well, you have entries for every $100 you spent, $100 you spent. And I'm like, really? How many $100 did I spend in the last 3 months? And they looked it up and it was like 257 or something. I won more than that. But I was like, I have 257 entries? And you have to, your odds go up the more entries you have. And I thought about how many people would be in the casino because you know how large the parking lot is. And I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, I'll be here. But then I was like, well, it's other aspects of this which are important. I went over and took a look at the car and went to Kelley Blue Book to estimate how much a used car with 10 miles, because it's off the dealership, it's sold to the casino, how much it would be worth with 10 miles, fully loaded, Mercedes-Benz E350 at the time, and I found out how much I could get for it if I were to sell it, not new, and the cash option was $4,000 more. So I went with the cash option rather than getting the car. So these sorts of things are you look at a promotion and you're like, what kind of idiot wrote this? Yeah, I'm going. And so that's something to watch for as well. It's really an advantage play. Okay. Do you think there's an advantage playing without a card? Thanks, Tom. The question is, do you think there is an advantage playing without a card, disregarding comps, of course? I have a hard time disregarding comps. I mean, I will answer your question disregarding comps, but that's a huge thing. For many people, that's the only profit they get is the comps. So, okay, I'll disregard the comps. Okay, we just let go of a lot of money. No. I get this question. I think I'm always going to be answering this question because I don't work for a casino. I'm not inside, and even if I were, I would only be in that casino and not 5 other casino operators or 50 other casino operators, and maybe really it's the slot manufacturers. I cannot tell you definitively, based on software programming, that using the player's card does not affect the odds. But it would be crazy if it did. Legally, they'd be in so much trouble. It's just not a good idea. It would be Bad. I'm going to very quickly check to make sure my status is still good. Well, I just love having better broadband. So I don't think that it is ever going to happen. But having a convincing answer, gamblers are naturally suspicious, maybe even downright paranoid. But the way I put it is casinos have so much to lose. So much to lose. I mean, their business is shut down. Casinos are unlike any other business that I know of. They actually have to be ethical. Hospitals don't. Lawyers don't. I mean, you can get in trouble when you have a bad reputation, but not shut off. Not turned off the next day. You ain't your gambling license. You're done. It's like, Casinos have to have key employees, which is a lot of the executives and other crucial people, key employees. They have to be, it's like a background check. They have to be ethical people. What other company has that? I mean, sure, you'd want to be ethical, but required to be ethical? It's just such, they're risking the whole company. And by doing something like that, which is clearly, if it wasn't illegal, it is still going to be terrible. You, me, everybody in the chat, everybody's going to be, would be like tremendously upset if that ever got out that they were doing that. And, we could have another prohibition in America if it gets bad enough, just social mores will change, and they know that. It's their livelihood, and they're already making money without doing that. What, they want to make more money? Okay, so you got that point. You won that one. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. I wish I could prove it for you and diagram it out, but I just can't see them ever doing that unless... Well, the one place I did see this, or one place that I've been convinced by one of my audience members, is in Kentucky, which doesn't have Class 3 slot machines, does not the Las Vegas style, does not have Class 2 bingo style, competitive style slot machines. They have historic horse racing machines, which are neither of those things. And I'll get to you in a second time. And those have such shallow gaming regulations that I believe it when one of the people in my audience who is from Kentucky and plays those machines says, "Hey, I don't put my card in the machine because it obviously changes the odds, and there's no protection. It's not covered in the gaming regulations. It's so." It's an amusement machine sort of a deal, and real money, real amusement machine. And it's just, they could do it because it's not illegal. But anything having to do with like a Class 2, Class 3, state law, federal law covered, they just wouldn't risk it. Right. Tom, do you think there is an advantage playing without a card? Got that? Okay, your car win was awesome. Advantage play. I agree. I thank you, people. I took the cash. If there's any family on the chat, they will have heard me said, I'm not a Mercedes kind of guy. I'm a Jeep Wrangler kind of guy. So I spent 3/4 of the cash payout and went out and got myself a new Jeep. So that was what I did with it. The rest didn't even have to pay much taxes on it because it was a 1099 miscellaneous, and you can deduct. That's a promotional prize, not a W2G, and you can record good gambling records. It's not as much of a tax burden as you might think. Okay, what about high limit slots? One of the questions, it's a very general term, question. What about high limit slots? But the question that I've gotten in the past about high limit slots is, do they have better odds? And they don't, except when they do. It's about 50-50. So let me go find another article for you. This one would be, what is it? Payout returns. Find that. Oops, not that one. Payout. See if I can find that article. I'm sure I must have it. Oh, that's a page. Blogs. Dun, 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 dun. I haven't edited. One of the things I was worried about. One of the things that I was worried about that I would be doing here is. Where's another one? Yep. Okay. Is I find being an entrepreneur, which is what I am, to be fascinating, and I love talking about it. But you're interested in slots and not how to have a pay for a website, or have a podcast or set up a YouTube channel, all that. So I just put into the chat. Let's see, top financial benefits of slot machine payout returns. And in there, you'll find a section on myths about payout returns. And one of them is that high-limit slot machines pay out better. And this is something that I do have data on. This is something that is from the state. It is not from rumor or someone who told somebody who told somebody who told somebody. This is official data from various state websites that are reporting return statistics. And so no messing around here. And these 5-6 states actually report statistics by slot machine denomination. And half of them, the high limit machines, meaning what, $1, $5, $1 really, because if it's a 4-credit bet, then that's a $4 bet. There's a cutoff where you might decide where high limit begins, but $5, $25, $100 bets are definitely high limit. Those show as being the best returns for about half of those places that provide slot machine denomination payout returns statistics. And half the time, it's a quarter machine or a dime machine. Or a nickel machine. It's all very clear in the data. So sometimes they're better to play. And if you know statistics, one of the key tenets that they say is past results do not indicate future results. And this is a common mistake people make. Yet, if a casino is showing that the dime machine has a good payout for the last 10 months, we will make assumption that the next month, which we're living through, would also have that. And maybe it will. And like I said, if you need 10% each point, 10 payout return points to get above 100%, because the state says on average it's 92, 91, 90%. It's 91%. You add 10%, you're at 101%. And suddenly, on average, over long term, you're making money. And so a little bit here, a little bit there, and then even if you don't go over 100%, your money is being stretched. And it's surprising how much it's being stretched by it. A 1-hour session in the casino and you spend all your $100 is suddenly 2 hours. And so that's how I'm trying to help people. But if people have a question about high limits, I've done quite a bit of that. Parimutuel betting, people, that is horse races. Win, place, or show. And there's a variety of different things. You can have horses, dogs. The horses could have carriage harnesses. It could be thoroughbreds. It could be a variety of different kinds of horse races. But the idea, it's really the setup where there's a purse, right? And a lot of people are betting, and they choose who they want to win. Usually it's win, place, or show. Who comes in first, who comes in second, who comes in third. There's a variety of those things. And how many people and how much they bet on each of those positions in the win and the results will determine the odds. It's a betting system. And then if they get it right, then they get a proportion. Whoever gets it right gets a proportion of what was bet, not the full amount. This is where the money comes from to reward the winner, the horse, the owner of the horse. So some of that, if they win some of the bets. The betting money, a purse, and that's sort of the parimutuel setup. Horse racing, dog racing, where you make a bet. Right. Denise, I used a card at first years ago and never won. Took card out and have won since. Now, see, this is, Denise, you just found out you're playing class 2 games, okay? there may be a question there whether that's true for Class 2. I know historic horse racing, I'm confident. In Kentucky, at least that one place where that gentleman was telling me about, that's a problem. And Class 2, I'm undecided. It's only Class 3 that it would be crazy for them to have a connection. So, maybe you don't use it for Class 2. I don't want you to do it. For you, you've shown me pictures of your jackpots. I don't want to mess with it. All right. You're winning. All right. I'm not going to mess with that. Don't make a serious change. All right. Don't change your diet. Don't change anything. That's a little superstitious, but, you're doing well. If you want to make a change, any change you make, I would make it a small change and then give it time and see if it mattered. Okay. Tom, hey, you're welcome, Tom, for my doing this. You have to run and pick up a $100 Visa card now. Oh, he has to go to the casino. Understood. Let's see. I've got maybe another 10 minutes left. I'm going to check some of the stats here. If anybody has a question, I didn't even get to mine. All right. Yeah. Okay. We still have a good connection. The stats are still good. Looks like a couple more comments. Probably got another 9 minutes or so left. I want to keep it at an hour and see how it all worked out. This will be available. I'll close out another 9 minutes. Questions. Let's see. Your thoughts on sweepstakes, nudge, skill games versus real, regular casino slots. It seems sweepstakes, the last of that was cut off. Let's see. Oh, I was also told on YouTube, you can only get like 2 comments every 30 seconds. So if people are trying to comment more than that, it's not a rule that I can set. It's something YouTube makes sure that no one person gets more comments than everybody else. So yeah, sweepstakes, nudge, skill games versus regular casino, wise version. How about sending me an email at john@professorslots.com, where John is spelled Jon, and explain a little bit more what you mean by sweepstakes. It might help me if I knew which casino or state. So because a lot of this is going to be state law, and I when you said skill games, I'm going to have to say probably Oklahoma, and it seems sweepstakes. Which state are you in? There's 5-6 states. Wise Virgin has posts the statistics by slot machine denomination. So you've got a 5 in 50, 1 in 10 chance of it being your state, and you can look to see what the actual data is. No need to guess; it'll be right there. So whatever your state is, there's a 2-letter designation for it. ProfessorSlots.com/IA for Iowa. Right. So convenience store machines. Nevertheless, okay. If you're in Wyoming, North Dakota, Wisconsin, those all have illegal gaming machines in convenience stores. And there's one of them that they can have up to 5, and the casino, the store owner doesn't even get in trouble. They just, they take them away, they take away the machines, not the person. They're illegal, but there's no penalty. So gaming regulations are your friend. And if these are legal machines, then check your state to see what they say about those machines. Some states, the state of Washington, those are amazing. They're run by the lottery commission, the state lottery, and there's even a way to find out what the payout returns are on the machine itself. I could wish more. They're like a model for everybody else on how things could be done if you have a VLT machine. But it really does depend which state you're on. So please check your state, ProfessorSlots.com/ the name of your state, 2-letter postal designation. Yeah, if it seems like the sweepstakes pay out less, you know what? I trust you, right? You trust you. If that's what you're sensing, believe it. The hardest part I've had is like, is this really what's happening? I can hardly believe it, and, but then you're like sitting there going, do I take the car or do I take the cash? And for me, the hard part has not been losing. I don't mean to be depressing or anything. It's a story of my life or something like that, but I'm used to losing. And the hardest part for me on all this stuff has been winning. So yeah, if the payout seems less, then by golly, maybe it is. But there are some places you can go to check the data to see if it in fact is less. Sometimes it's not available. You could wish for more states having this, and maybe they will. If I can educate more people in the country about the value of having these things, maybe they tell their representative, their senator, and we make things happen. I mean, I would love to change the world. So far in my life, I haven't even done it once, and I would like to. So maybe this is something that we can invoke a change if we get to be a big enough group, or we have a voting situation, because a lot of the gaming stuff is responsive to that. Okay, so we are at 2:55, 2:56. Last chance to ask questions. People, what do you think of single line method of AP play, promoted by SD Guy 1234? Let me make a note of that. I will go take a look at his video. Let me grab that screen capture. I know of him. I have heard good things of him. I have not. Okay, I captured that. I have not looked at that video, and I'll take a look. If you email me, I'll be able to respond back to you. Right now, I can't respond back to you. John@professorslots.com, or John is Jon, and let me know so that when I figure that out, or not, if it's interesting enough, if I think there's something going on there, if there's, if it's not kind of meh. I reviewed a casino and I thought about writing an article about it, but I'm like, what am I supposed to call the title of the article? So if it's anything of usefulness there, anything I think might be of interest to you guys, I'll write a review of it and you'll find it there. But if it's not, doesn't make the cut, then maybe you should email me so I can just let you know what I think. Okay, last questions. Remember, you can come back, of course, you can come back in, let's see, I want to switch over to, right. Remember, we're going to try to do 2 o'clock again next week, despite football games, unless I get a clear indication that there's a better time rather than a worse time. And we shall see how this all plays out. Thank you very much for coming to visit. I appreciate the support. I had a bunch of things I wanted to talk about and a few technical difficulties, but this is just how things work. I will get better. But I do appreciate all the questions. I didn't even get to mine. Hey, you're welcome, Denise. Slot Strategies Summit. I'm too small, honestly. These things cost $15,000 to put together. I mean, rental space. I've done conferences with 300 people, not for slots, but I've helped run those things, and I have an idea how much it costs. And we're not big enough just yet. Tell a friend, have them join the podcast or the YouTube channel or the Facebook groups, and we will grow. And when we grow, that's totally on the table. But right now, best I can do right now is Facebook groups. And if we can start doing local meetups, if those get to be too large, we might go city by city, something like that. People, hey, you're welcome. And you're welcome, Catherine. And down in the last few seconds, any questions? All right. I'm going to shut it down as soon as I figure out how. And have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Bye. And now we have sound. Awesome. There I was talking. I love this technology stuff. Yeah, I could hear myself before, but there's tricks and tips to sorting this out, so I don't need that anymore. Right. Going back to the questions, and I'll be a little more briefer in my answer now. Right. Okay. Chuck, do I consider myself an advantage player? Yes, I am. I consider myself a modern and slots-related advantage player. I don't do a lot of the things that slots advantagers, really advantage players did before 2012. I'm very focused on the casino business practices and taking advantage of them. I know advantage players are everywhere, right? Blackjack, card counting, all these different areas, looking at the rules of a game. I recently had a post about this, about the different things that advantage players might do. I'm one type. Yeah. And Bill, I can't win at slots unless I am playing a machine that is set up and hopefully pay. Absolutely. Everything that I do, my advantage plays are to find those machines, to find the patterns, to figure out what the casino might be doing, what the slot manufacturers might be doing, something to look for. I'm glad you can hear me, Bill. I'm going to try to get past that technical mistake. Right. And let's see. So hopefully people have been to my website. I have, let me see if I can do this. Maybe show, let's see, should be able to full screen view. Don't really have too many options here. All right. Well, one of the things I'd like to do is be able to show you, say, my web page. But as you can see, I'm new to this live stuff, and all right. I'm new to this live stuff, and getting an active screen, basically video from my monitor, is apparently a little bit beyond me. I want to keep up with the questions. Maybe I can try to. Do I have something? I might have something. Desktop presenter. Yeah. Remote desktop. Change template. Full screen view. Oh, how about that? While we wait for a few people to join, I'm going to see if I can't possibly make this happen. Desktop presenter. And, well, by golly, I still can't do it. Test. Yep, still got sound. Right. And desktop presenter. Change source. I'm just going to give up on this. I'll run some other tests at another time. So let's go back to chat. Lasting Build. It's good to see you here. How is the Lasting Build is a YouTube channel, a gentleman that I met in an 8-9 week class on how to do some of this stuff. So it's good to see you here. If you're interested in, I'm not quite sure if I'm going to get this right for Lasting Build, but if you're interested in home woodworking and building and being part of a community for a small shop in your home, Lasting Build YouTube channel is a great place to go. Also, he's working on, well, maybe I shouldn't say something called Lasting Heat, having to do with salsas, and we're all very excited. So, right. And So what I wanted to talk about today, which might have been the part where I was muted, is what are your 2020 gambling goals? One of my audience members reached out to me, and they said they want to have their first time ever taxable jackpot. That is to say, $1,200 or more. And I believe he got that in North Carolina about a week ago. So I'm not sure if that's still a 2020 goal. It's been such a goal for such a long time. That you wonder how that's going to work. What's the next goal? Maybe make it a regular thing. But what are your 2020 gambling goals? I think there's a way for me to look at more than just I have top chat and I have all chat. So let's see, all chat. All right. So one of the things that I was also being asked about by an individual today several times, and in the last couple of weeks, I think it's going to be like a regular thing, is, let's see, where are we at? Tools. And screens. Yeah, this live stuff, I'm trying to figure out how to do it in a way that would allow me to be have a live screen and a few other things. But I think practice is going to make perfect. But in the last little bit, just to keep going, the last little bit, I've been getting questions from individuals who I know we're all a little paranoid as gamblers, but they were wondering if there's sensors in the chairs to determine if somebody's frustrated or aggravated or excited. And I was like, I'm not sure everybody who plays slots is. So why would the casino want to know you're not bored? I didn't understand the question. It's really getting past what I think really matters about business stuff. One of the questions that might be a little more focused on what's possible would be this central server that controls slot machines in many of the modern casinos. It doesn't have to have been built since 2012, although if it was built since 2012, it most likely has it. But you can't just put it into a casino without a serious amount of renovation. That's a lot of cables, and they're not using Wi-Fi. They're using hardware. And that means tearing up the floors. And if you see new carpeting, that's not when it happened. So, right. So if you are at a casino that has been significantly renovated, and a lot of them are, I was talking to an individual from Oklahoma who's talking about, all that renovation. They didn't understand why, and I tried to explain that the central computer allows a financial advantage to the casino that doesn't have much to do. It doesn't have anything to do with controlling your chances of winning. You individually, they can change the odds on slot machines with remotely when it's not being used. Them's the rules. And sometimes on a busy night, it can't be changed because someone's using it. So you have to be between users, and it does take a few minutes. So people are just on the next slot machine, every empty chair. So they usually set this stuff up before that session starts, before things get busy at the casino. And then they sort of have to live with the results, up till 11 at night, midnight at night, when seats start getting empty. But it's a bit too late then. So the central computer allows them to adjust the odds on slot machines within limits, within time, at times when the machines are not fully in use, daily, multiple times per day. And this allows them to meet their daily financial performance metrics, something they've wanted for a very long time, because in the past they had an army of slot mechanics who would go out and, change the odds, open the door, change the odds, close the door, reset, according to their plan, on every slot machine. And it would take, 30, 40 slot mechanics to get through all of them in about 2 weeks. Well, they were able to reduce their employees to just those who change the filters and do regular maintenance on slot machines. And that's a huge savings. And being able to hit their daily financial performance metrics, in many cases it's legally required, at least on a monthly basis, sometimes on a weekly basis, like in Nevada, to hit the gaming requirements, theoretical payout limits. And then, this is a great step forward. And therein is how we have an advantage play. So Chuck did ask me if I was an advantage player. I will say that I'm an advantage player, but I have advantage plays. I figured out a few. I think this is true of, if you think about it, true of any advantage player. They've figured out a few. And I recently wrote an article about advantage players always having to come up with a new thing, always having to come up with the next advantage play. Well, I have a few and I have to work at them. I have worked at them, and that allows me. And so I don't know what your advantage plays are, Chuck. I know what mine are, and I'm willing to tell you. And I've written it down to the best of my knowledge on my website at professorslots.com, and then made podcast episodes of them, and soon YouTube videos. A lot of them are also in my book, Learning to Win, which a copy is around here somewhere. Learning to Win. It's available on Amazon as an ebook as well as a soft cover, and I'm not really great at monetization. That's something I'm trying to do more of, but I will say my book makes an excellent Christmas gift. It's fairly cheap, and last year, Christmas, December, was awesome. In fact, the last day you could order something from Amazon and receive it before Christmas was the maximum number of books that copies of my book that anyone had ever bought in one day. And December last year was amazing. I hope that something similar, because it's a minuscule amount of money. Seriously, Amazon takes 70%. That's 70. That's 770. So I get 30%, and then I pay taxes on that. So on that income. So the point of having an ebook is for those people who read. I want to give them something to read on slots. For those people who listen, I want to give them podcasts, episodes. For those who want to watch, that's why I'm working on the YouTube channel. And of course, they can also read everything on my website as well, although it gets to be a lot because it's what I'll call home base. professorslots.com is my home base, and that's where you can find everything. And I have an email list where I'll keep you informed of things that I publish, content that I publish. So I'm going to take a moment and see if I can find my live details. There should be something here on one of my web pages about. Let's see here. I want to go to there should be an option here for. It's amazing. I'm going through all this stuff and I'm seeing all these things. Lots of features that seem to only be active when I'm actually live, which makes it kind of interesting to try and do all this. So let's see. I have options here. Switch. I need to get used to this software. Just 1 second while I see if there's a way for me to get to YouTube and confirm that what I'm seeing is correct. So I will attempt to go to that, and I will attempt to go to that, and I will attempt to go to that, and Bill asks, do I also play Indian casinos? Yeah, Stream Health. That's excellent. Recently, in the farmland that I live in, they upgraded my broadband for my internet, and I can't believe my stream is healthy. That's awesome. Right. So, if you're online, there is. So, Bill, do I play Indian casinos? Yes, I do. My family is from Michigan, and they want me to take them to casinos, and they mostly tribal casinos, except in Detroit. They want me to take them to tribal casinos and show them how to win. So, talk about my 2020 goals. My family, sister, aunt, have goals where I am to show them how to win. Now, somehow a year ago, it wasn't as prominent, but having a podcast website that's doing better and YouTube channel, they're like, so you really do know. Because I have taken them to Soaring Eagle in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, and shown them how to win. But that was a couple of years ago, and now we're serious about it. I want to make sure, right. So I have family. Oh, the other one is that I actually wrote a review on was Seminole Brighton Casino. It's about 2 hours south of Orlando, and if you go to my website, you can take a look there. One thing I want to try to do here, if it is at all possible, is to maybe hold up. There's a delay in my video, so I have to hold this here for a moment to see it come up on my screen, because there's about a 20-second lag. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to assume success. I have some friends, family friends, Dave and Lois, who are trying to use YouTube for the first time. So I just showed my YouTube page, and if you go to the third one on the list, right there, and if I have some friends, family friends, and I started it. And if you go there at the very bottom, they were asking, how do I chat? I saw you were live, but I couldn't ask questions. I couldn't find the chat. It might have been their first time on YouTube. So right there at the bottom, after you click your 2020 Slots Gambling Goals live Q&A, there is a place for you to type in. And so feel free to do that, Dave and Lois, and I hope to hear from you. When Greektown changed hands, it appeared odds of winning were reduced. Any thoughts? I have lots of thoughts about that. It's another one of my advantage plays, or at least I certainly saw the effect, but execution is difficult. If you go to my website, just to answer your question a little more dramatically, I suppose, I'm going to pull up my website and let's see here. Come on. Right. This is what my website looks like on mobile. Maybe next time I'll use my iPad. If you go all the way to the bottom of that screen, you'll see my latest articles, but you'll also see this as featured on ABC Channel 27. That was a news article where they interviewed me in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, about, was it 4 months ago? And we talked about casinos there, and I shared my thoughts on what's going on. It was an investigative report for the evening news in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, which has Penn National one casino, not many casinos, one casino. And they talked about how it opened a number of years ago, and it was 93% payout return because it's in Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania shows the return statistics, so you know what the actuals were, to use the language, the financial language. And it was 92%. And then a year or two after it opened, it dropped to under 90%. And it hasn't been above since. And I think it's been 9 or 12 years. So yeah, Greektown, when casinos are bought, two things happened. And we only noticed one of them. After it changes hands, the odds go down. Why? Because it's a new owner, and the new owner just spent a lot of money. It's a business practice, right? But what's interesting is if you can figure out they're going to sell, and this is all proprietary, they're not sharing, but maybe you can figure out a way with your contacts in the casino, if you can get some indication. Like, it's easy to see a lot of fixing up and a lot of, executives leaving, or, when things are going to change, in a business, there's signs for that. If you can look for that, you can know in advance. You don't have to find out something only the executives know, only the negotiating team knows. But if you can find out about it, then you could take advantage, because the casino is preparing to be sold. And when a casino is preparing to be sold, it is got better odds. Maybe you'll just see the better odds. But that's the thing. You need to watch out, because the date of sale might be reported in a financial report somewhere, but it isn't obvious news. Usually isn't obvious news. But if you happen to be getting, because this happened to me, if you get a W-2G and you look at the title of the casino and it's a different name, well, the first people they tell when this happens is the IRS. So the W-2G is updated, and you'll be the first to know once you look at your W-2G. So that's how you know it's been sold, in which case be very careful. I talk about assessing casinos on my main page, and one of the things I say, it has to be reassessed if there's a new owner. It has to be, because that new owner has different business practices. I think that's a very succinct way of saying that. Now, tribal casinos, to sort of combine your question with Bill's question earlier about tribal casinos don't sell their casino, right? I mean, it's owned by the tribe. Now, one of the other things to watch for that I talk about various places is, what if a new casino opens? Now, that's a great opportunity, because they want, the one in Cincinnati that I learned this at, there's two in Cincinnati, Belterra Park, which is a racetrack but had a very old building with slots in it, so it was a casino, technically, racetrack with slot machines, but no table games. And then there was the downtown area that never had a casino before. And Belterra Park was closed for renovations, right? And that meant there was no casino. So Horseshoe, at the time, owned by Caesars Entertainment, came into Cincinnati and had to establish themselves. The nearest one was Southern Indiana, a couple hours away. Not convenient at all. There was racetracks further north. But not even that, because Ohio was just sort of opening up to the possibility of having casinos and not racetracks. So they, Ohio put slot machines into racetracks and had just a few casinos as well, all at the same time. So really, there was no gaming industry. People had to be taught, hey, come to the casino. It's fun. Maybe you'll like to play some slots. What are slots? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you what slots are. That sort of thing. And it can't be a bad experience. Otherwise, they don't come back for a second trip. So there is besides building the building, besides all the advertising, there is also a budget to allow people to win. This partly gets some details of the gaming regulations. Sometimes the gaming regulations will say be really restrictive and not allow it, but most don't. And I talk about that in my state-by-state articles. But in Ohio, they were allowed to go over 100% on their payout returns if they cared to. It's crazy to do it unless they have a good business reason, and they did. They wanted people to come to the casino and win. I mean, they weren't just like sending everybody home with money. They had a budget, and they allowed people to do that under the hope, I think, that most people would just go right back in and spend it again. I walked away with money. That first year, it was just piles of money. This is why I know I can put $20,000 in my two pockets and carry a mobile phone at the same time in my jeans without anything sticking out. It's just money in every pocket. It was just hard work to walk around with those kinds of bulges and my, warm day and I'm wearing a jacket. What's that all about? Because I just had to have a place to put all the money. I just like cash. I should get checks, but I like cash. In any case, to long story short, too late. They needed to make that money back. Once they established themselves in the community, they needed to had to get that money back, which was the plan all along. So the second year, just so it wasn't too dramatic, you could still win, but you kind of had to work at it. Not a lot, but a little. And then the third year, they turned the screws. Okay, you can see this in the gaming regulation, the return statistics for that year. They just turned that dial down until they were pulling the money back in. Those people that I was with, this turned me into an advantage player because the people I was playing with who were winning all the time at this new casino, they thought it was luck. They thought they were lucky. And they weren't. Maybe some of the jackpots were just plain luck, but the casino had set the odds so that they would in general win. Under the assumption that they would then put the money back in and lose it, but still win a little bit more. And so it wasn't as bad for the casino as you might think, because people responded by just going back in. And that's what they wanted, because when they turned the odds down, everybody was like, well, my luck can't change. If I just keep playing, I'll be fine. It'll come back. I'll be lucky again. It's me. So many slot attendants, even you win a jackpot, they're like, I'll be back later. You're lucky. And it's just like, no, I'm not. What are you? And if you don't win, it's because you weren't lucky. And it's just like, that's not how I think about it. So they turned the screws, and I went in. I'd stopped at that point, write the book, and I saw the trend, and I sort of stepped away and evaluated. And I'm so glad that I did. I went back a year later, and I saw Marty, who owns a small pallet company, and I'm like, hey, Marty, where is everybody? Where are all the other high limit slots players? Oh, Marty says, they all went into bankruptcy. So the casino got its money back, I would assume. Then it was sold to the same people who own the Greektown casinos in Michigan, Jack. Now it's a Jack Cincinnati, and they bought Jack Cleveland, Horseshoe Cleveland, and now it's all owned by them, which was again sold April of this year, 2019. Was it MGM? Who was it sold to? Anybody know anybody on from Ohio, who can remember who they sold it to? The signs aren't up yet, but there's been some news reports. The first thing they had to do was negotiate. The second thing they had to do was get approval from the gaming regulation, which took months. And they made the decision in August, applied for the change in August. Or is it conditional ownership or something? When did they take ownership? I haven't been going there to get W2Gs, so that's the official information. But they certainly haven't put the signs up yet. I think they got approval from the Gaming Commission. I think it was August, towards the end of August. So I should swing by there. I was there. What was it, like a month ago? And the signs hadn't gone up. I should make sure I just sort of swing by and see if the signs are up. Okay. let's see how we're doing. Half the time's up. And do you have any more questions? You want to share maybe what your 2020 slots gambling goals might be? On holidays, if you go to my website and look under strategies, you'll find one that there's like 7, 8 articles, and one of them is about holidays. And there's another one that's similar because there's only so many holidays. I call it special events. So a holiday is a special event, but there's a few more things you can do on special events. Special events would be like a month-long promotion to give away a car on November 30th, and would that be a good day to go? And, particularly if it falls on, a Saturday, that sort of thing. You might want to go for trying to win the car. I did. Mercedes-Benz E350. I took the cash. But I wouldn't gamble. Not with slots. The casino knows there's a big crowd. They've planned to have a big crowd, and hang on, Bill. They know they have a big crowd. They want a big crowd, and they have this problem where they can't adjust the odds of winning when the casino's busy, because they have to do it when the machine's not being played, and that's, back-to-back players. Anybody gets up, somebody sits down immediately, and there's no time to change the odds. It does take a moment. So they kind of get stuck with whatever odds they decided upon earlier in the day. And just to be safe, they make the odds a little bit lower. Because imagine, you get a big crowd and you set them too high, it's going to take a week of people losing in order for the casino to meet their gaming regulation requirements. Eesh. But if it's too low, that's easily fixable. Yeah, if it's too low, if the odds of winning on all the slot machines is too low, then yeah, I understand, Bill. If the odds of winning are too low, then all they have to do is give back a jackpot at, say, 4 o'clock the next morning. Mine happened at 4:30, $27,000. Never had a bigger jackpot. The car was worth more, but that's a cash out. That's a cash option. But actual jackpot's $27,000, 4:30 in the morning. And 3 minutes before that, somebody on the other side of the high limit room also won a high limit. I don't know how much theirs was. I was a little bit distracted suddenly. And I do know that it was over 10,000, and probably way over. Well, I just know it was over 10,000 because they had a floor manager rather than 2 slot attendants there. But I was sucked into my own $27,000 hand pay, and I had never won anything over $5,000 before. This was when I was just getting started, and I was, I'm looking at these patterns, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So let's Bossier City. Pardon me, Louisiana, right? I want to say Louisiana. If you go to, if it is Louisiana, and I can very quickly check that, Bossier City. Yes, I got it right. I'm really getting to know all the states. If you go to professorslots.com/LA, which I will do right now, we can see what there is to see. I don't have them all memorized, but if you go to professorslots.com/LA, and this is just the time for Louisiana, if you do that, and I'll wait for it to come up. Let's bring it over here so I can look at you while I do this. Louisiana slot machine casino gambling in 2018. I put out this article, wrote it in November 2018. So it's about 1 year ago, and it isn't too long before, I'm doing Guam and Hawaii now, so Louisiana's coming up in another month or so. Let's see, we have 15 riverboat casinos, 1 land-based casino, 4 parimutuel casinos, 4 tribal casinos. Okay. Let's see what we're talking about with, you said Horseshoe, right? Yeah. And Bossier, let's see, largest is Harrah's New Orleans. Second largest is Paragon Casino in Marksville. Bossier City. Diamond Jacks Casino. That's not a Horseshoe. Horseshoe Casino Hotel, Bossier City, Riverboat Casino, located 216 miles west of Jackson, Mississippi. Right. So if I go down to further to payout returns in Louisiana, you asked about Bossier City, Horseshoe in Bossier City. That is a riverboat. So under the Louisiana Gaming Control Board, there are revenue reports, and they're broken up into video poker, land-based casinos, riverboat casinos, and parimutuel sites. So we're looking for riverboat casino. I will click on my link there at professorslots.com/LA. And again, I need to get all this up for you, and look at revenue reports for riverboat casinos. 2004 to present. The most recent one is September 2019. I click on that, and I get a PDF. There is riverboat revenue and market comparison. Let's try riverboat revenue. Boomtown, Horseshoe, 30. Okay, in September, there were 30 gambling days. 107,762 people were admitted. 12 million in gaming, fees 2.6 million. Last month was 17, down 5 million. And riverboat total. I should go back to my webpage. Overall monthly payout returns of the 4 parimutuels. Unfortunately, the other 3 revenue reports above do not offer net slot proceeds. Therefore, no payout returns are available for video poker, land-based casinos, and riverboat casinos. That's your answer. Sorry to take so long to with that. There are no payout return percentages available for Horseshoe in Bossier City, Louisiana, because that's not the state gaming regulation. That's not the state gaming regulations. A lot of casinos, a lot of states don't offer payout return percentages, either, a theoretical, or actually, let me double check that. I was talking about return statistics. Oh, you do have a theoretical payout return legal limit of a minimum of 80% and a maximum of 99.9%. One of the things I'll do when I rewrite this, video poker's not in casinos have a legal limit of 80% and a maximum of 94%. So play slot machines because it has higher percent. But one of the things that's become important that I've understood, so when I rewrite this, review it again in a month or so, Louisiana may have... See, I don't like a maximum theoretical. A maximum theoretical could mean that the casino is not allowed to make it a winning machine. But there's a subtlety that I need to research on each of these states that has a maximum theoretical, which is it's hardly even matters if it has a maximum theoretical if it hardly even matters if there's a maximum theoretical if it's over the lifetime of the machine, right? They have machines that last a year. Some last a week. Don't play the ones that last a week. The ones that last a year, multiple years, a decade, those are the ones where it doesn't really matter because it's a long, long lifetime. But if it's set to be, a theoretical maximum payout return is set, which is per wager, then the casino is bound by that with their business practices. Some of the stuff I was talking about with Horseshoe Cincinnati, they could do that because they were allowed to do that. There was no gaming regulation saying they couldn't do that. And it's what I watch for. I don't really know a way around winning on a slot machine in a state that has a maximum theoretical per wager. But most of them don't. There's only a few states that do, and I'm trying to get through it takes me a year to get through all the states and identify which ones which states are states I would never play slots in, because it would just be luck. There would be no game. There would be no advantage play. So, I don't play. I won't gamble in that state. And then I have to think, what would I suggest to people who do live in that state, and that's where they gamble. Okay. We have 20 minutes left. Any other questions you want to ask? One of the things that is interesting is I left this last week's Saturday's video up for the live Q&A, and it got hundreds of views. Not so much people live, but people were asking about, afterwards it got a lot. What do I think? Angry Grandpa Fan 2. Who's Fan 1? Sorry. These are interesting names. So what do you think of Harris Cherokee? Please join my Facebook group for North Carolina, and you'll find out how many people do we have on there now? We've got, I think Oklahoma has more. Let's see here. If I go to North Carolina, slots community, it is a shortcut, professorslots.com/FBNC. That's FB for Facebook, NC for North Carolina. And we've got 21 members there. We'll be happy to share all your opinions. It's a very active group. You might even see them at Harris Cherokee. You can chat with them about it. There's been a lot of discussion of late. My goodness, what was it? All these, Steve, I was talking about him before. Harris, he's wearing my Professor Slot shirts. That's nice of him. Harris, I'm going to bring this over here so I can talk about it. Right. So November 24th, that was 6 days ago. Harris Cherokee, 10:56 p.m. Thursday night, first day of 2-night trip, was able to hold on to most of this. He's talking about let's see, jackpot of, let's zoom in here. Trying to see. Yeah. Okay. So he has several pictures up of his winner of $1,230. Does it say what slot machine it was? Lightning Cash. And he did this, he says, I don't encourage people to have the time, 10:56 p.m. Thursday night. That would have been last week. And he got a hand pay. And I believe that was his first one. And that's that sort of sums up his goal for next year. Then I have Richard. Richard asked, if you listened to or were here for the live Q&A last week, he had a question about sweepstakes games, and I had not heard that term before, but when I looked it up, I realized, yeah, I know all about it. He was asking about illegal gambling machines. Little parlor somebody sets up, and they get raided by the police, but in the meantime, they make a bunch of money. So those are unregulated, and I have, there's no business practices that I could take advantage of. There's every state has, not every state, a lot of states, a few states have illegal gaming machines, and it's not safe. It's not safe. Right. So Richard had a few things to say. Very opinionated. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Opinionated is great. Murphy boasts only 1,000 plus slot machines. Cherokee has 3,000 plus slot machines. He's played both high roller sections. Murphy seems to be tighter on their slots due to less volume of players, padding the machines with cash. It's his opinion. Better to visit Cherokee, North Carolina on holidays. I had some questions about that. Let's see. Usually wins at Harris Cherokee. There's a bunch of photos of people winning, and feel free to go to professorslots.com/FB NC, or you can just Google, just search Facebook for North Carolina Slot Machine Casino Gamblers. I understand that there are plenty of people out there who, you're welcome, Bill. There are plenty of people out there that would be, not interested in going to Facebook, and I can certainly appreciate that. But it seemed like an easy way to set up a community. I think YouTube is actually a better choice. So if you want to comment below, I also wanted to mention the people that are commenting now, no one's ever going to see that except me and you now. It is not part of the video, and all of the live chat disappears. So no one will ever see it except the people who are looking at it right now. So I guess you could say it's private. If you want to comment after we finish this video, then those comments on the video on YouTube, those will be forever. So just wanted to mention that. Let's see. Angry Grandpa, I just love that name. Angry Grandpa, fan 2. I won over $1,000 on Heat 'em Up Power Wheels. And they need to open the Catawba Casino near Charlotte. That's interesting. Let me go check that one. So I have let's take a look at North Carolina's article. We just did the Louisiana one, so this one would be professorslots.com/North Carolina. Or rather, NC would be easiest. Less typing. So if I go there, and that won't be too long after, the next one won't be too long after this one. I did North Carolina was March 1st, so it won't be until like April of 2020 before I get back to North Carolina again. Just if I stay on schedule, which I usually do with these. List of casinos. Voice is getting a little dry. So payouts, I'll make a note of that. I'll make a note of, so this is another casino. You said Catawba Casino near Charlotte. Interesting. Is this also the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians? Because it doesn't sound like it. Let me see if I can maybe grab that. Yeah. So I will make a note in my next report on that to double check for a new casino there. So let me make a quick note for North Carolina. Appreciate that. Thank you. North Carolina, where are you at? North Carolina. And the next one coming out for North Carolina would be, May 5th, 2020. So I will make a quick note. Boom. Question mark? Yes. And I will take a look at that. It's in Kings Mountain. All right. I'll make a note of that too. Well, there's right. I'll make a note of that too. Absolutely. Let's build some support. If you, I'm just me. If you go to professorslots.com/FB NC, there's 20, 30 people there that might be able to support this too. And they're residents of the state, and they can vote, and they can contact the representative. Absolutely. Let's get that going. Next questions. I think I want to make sure I checked to make sure I didn't skip anybody. Holidays. Bill, you generally go on Sunday to Bossier City, Sunday and Monday. That sounds like a fine thing. And how do you do there? I don't think you said. You said that's when you go. There's always good times. Those, busy, not busy. You win, you don't win. If you don't win, try other times. If not other days. If not other times and days. Well, yeah, Bill says, so I need to get out of Horseshoe. In Louisiana, there's only a few places where you have payout return statistics, and then you know what's going on. A lot of states don't have any whatsoever, and you've got a few. But when you choose your favorite casino, it really is about... got a person who wants to join North Carolina. I'll take care of that in a second. When you go to your favorite casino, many times it's a matter of convenience. Is Bossier City close to you, right? Well, now, Bill says get out of Bossier and Shreveport. Well, if you're in northern Texas, people have been there. That there's 2 Class 2 casinos in some other part of the state, far away, not near the Oklahoma border, and they just go to Oklahoma. And Oklahoma knows it. The tribal casinos in Oklahoma, oh my goodness, they talk about losing and raking in the money at those casinos. And people are like really upset, but they don't have any choices except Shreveport. And it may not be good to you, but it is so much better than what people in northern Texas are seeing who travel to Oklahoma. So it's all relative. You say not Shreveport, they say, oh, please Shreveport. It's more of a day. It's not a day trip any longer, and that's not very convenient. The people I've been talking to are, retired 10 years ago, they say. So, you look at your choices. One of the suggestions I made to them was, okay, so it's inconvenient to travel, but you do travel once a year. Save your money. Go once a year. I mean, it changes your habit. I know people like to go when they like to go, and maybe once a year isn't enough practice, but no, depends if you have the money to burn, I guess. It can be entertaining, but I don't like it when I don't win. I mean, it's not fun. I like to win something. I'll be happy to pay, put it all back in. No, I don't anymore, but I do like spending money I just won. I know that's a fallacy. I shouldn't consider it the casino's money or money I didn't have, because as soon as they slap it in my palm, it is mine and I can do whatever I want. Somebody was contacting me this morning saying, why is it that whenever I win something at the casino, the next time I go, I lose it all? I said, well, you took it back. Don't do that. Sorry, a little obvious. My most recent article was 11 practical tips for slots money management, bankroll management, and to take your winnings home. And it was a long article, but I tried to be thorough. So if you're interested in seeing that, it's on my professorslots.com webpage. Okay, getting down to the last 5 minutes. What else you got for me? Double check. Someone said just won $1,000 on Angry Grandpa Fan 2. I won over $1,000 on Heat 'em Up Power Wheels. I can't see any reason to play a particular slot machine game. Every game, every slot machine with the same game, let's say there's a row of them, they could be the same odds, but there's no reason for them to be the same odds. One's a winner and one's a not. I've sat next to people who are winning, and I put a few dollars into the machine next to them, and it wasn't a winner. Well, theirs had a, you're welcome, Bill. Theirs could be seen from a distance. Mine could not be seen from a distance. They were on the end of the row, and I was kind of blocked on the next one in. Seems obvious to me that the casino set up the one on the end of the row that had a view down the long hallway to be visible. And so why wouldn't they, silent promotion? Not going to tell you about it, but encouraging people to win. So they go sit down further into the row and lose their money. Business practice, right? Try to be observant. That's my approach here. Let's see. Maybe double check other comments. Yeah, we talked about Greek Town changing hands and what it means for a casino to change hands both before it happens, which is really hard to find out about, and what happens after. It's one of the first things we talked about. Let's see. Okay. So just to wrap this up, I hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving here in the U.S. I guess that was 2 days ago. And I hope that you survived Black Friday at the malls. I stayed away. Shopping's done, has been done since September. Hopefully family's not listening. And, I hope that tomorrow's December, and I hope that the weather isn't too bad. I know people are traveling, and the weather is bad across the West. So I hope that's okay for you guys. And other than that, have a great December. I'll be here again, 2 p.m. Saturday, next weekend. And if you have a request on a particular topic, it's working just to answer your questions. They're wide-ranging questions. And will Myrtle Beach ever get casinos? There has to be. Check the state. Okay. North Carolina is tribal casinos. Tribal casinos are on reservations. Are there any reservation land on Myrtle Beach? Yeah, I see your question, Angry Grandpa Fan 2. Will Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Sorry. No. Short answer. South Carolina is death on casinos. I think there's a boat that goes out in international waters, and it's not actually very far from Myrtle Beach. Check professorslots.com/SC for that, and you can see what size it is, and I put some links in there, but not in casino, just in international waters. I think it's a daily casino boat, and that's what you get. But land-based was your question, and no, the social mores in that state seem to indicate that they don't want it. I think one of my reviews said that South Carolina was the third most restrictive state on gambling after Utah and Hawaii. Only Utah and Hawaii have nothing whatsoever. I think South Carolina might have bingo. And Utah has it for religious reasons. Hawaii has it for financial reasons. They did a study. So you pick a spot of land in Hawaii, and they did an economic analysis. What if you were to put a casino on that property? How much money would the state make in income taxes on gaming revenue? And then they said, okay, now let's put a resort. No casino, but tourism. Resort there. How much would we make? And the casino was like 100 million. No, the casino was like 2 million. Oh, what was the number? It was like 100 times more for the tourism spot than it was for the casino. And the state's like, yeah, we're totally prohibiting gambling here. We'll make more income tax revenue gaming off of gaming or off of tourism than we ever will in gaming. Easy decision. But South Carolina, I never really dug into why they don't want it, other than they don't want it. Habits are hard to change. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up. Looks like the last few questions. Greener pastures. Are the Vegas casinos struggling? They're always struggling. But, as long as it's nothing abrupt, they try. See, that's the thing about Nevada. And I wrote another article about this. Nevada gaming leads the way. You're welcome, Bill. Are the Vegas casinos struggling? Yeah, sure. All businesses are. I don't worry about it. I mean, they try things like parking, fees, resort fees. It's only this much money for a room, but you have these fees. It kind of reminds me of college. There was, how much was it for tuition per credit? Oh, I can do that. What are these lab fees and, the cost of books and all this other stuff on my bill? Oh my goodness. So, then they pull back on that when people are like, well, I guess I won't go. It's a business, and you might be able to have an opportunity if you carefully watch it. Lots of podcasts out there that are just about Las Vegas, and you can kind of monitor this stuff. I really like on Twitter, Vito Vegas. He's posting every, several times a day on various stuff, and he's an insider. He keeps track of what's opening, what's closing, and that's a real good person to follow. So, and I have a Las Vegas, if you're visiting Las Vegas, what to do as far as slots, and article to take a look at. Okay, so it looks like we hit our mark. I could go a little bit longer, but it looks like all the questions have kind of been answered, and I only wanted to go for an hour. Again, I wish everybody a great Cyber Monday on Monday, right? Hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving and a not too dangerous Black Friday. And we'll talk in a week, 2:00 on Saturday, same time, same place, same time. Okay. Hey, everybody. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my live Q&A session. Today is Saturday, December 7th. December already? December 7th, 2019, in case you're watching this in the future or listening to it on the next podcast episode. Welcome, everybody. So let's just get started into the questions. Let's make sure we have Stream Health. It says excellent. That's awesome. So what I'm going to do is answer a few questions to get started here, and hopefully we'll sort of line up some questions as we move along. So last time I had a little bit of a sound issue. It doesn't look like I have that problem now, and I might even be able to give you a bit of a tour of what I offer. I'm just trying to help at this point. Recently, I just began to realize that I would have a business. You try and you see if the people are interested, and looks like people are interested, and looks like I will have a business. All I'm selling right now is, let me show you what I'm selling. Just give you the tour. So looks like I got a little bit better technically at some of the stuff that I'm doing. So I am showing you my web page as it would look from a desktop. It's a little bit different on a smartphone or smart device. This row of menus becomes actually just a little button that you press, and that expands into showing my about page. This is where you find all my articles. If you click on it, you would see these different categories. Casinos, where I review casinos that I visit and figure out what works. Learning, this is some of the slots history and other aspects of our gaming industry of slots. Reviews, like my reviewing of the couple of the primary slots manufacturers, but also the casino reviews, everything that I basically review. Strategies, my 7 strategies, as well as some of the other bits and pieces that go into strategies you can find there. And then I've recently started a section on tribal gaming because I had more than just a couple articles on that. So if I were to go to strategies, well, before I do that, I also want to point out that there's this main section here, Learn to Win at slot machines. Each one of these is a page. This is where you'd want to start. If you don't know who Professor Slots is, John Friedel, myself, you would go to this article, and I encourage you. This is these are the sequence that I prefer you get started, so we all sort of speak the same language. Then I have a posting schedule and where am I, like Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Up here, you'll see this a few places. It's get my free report. So this is my free sign up. Top 7 online resources. So if I were to click on that, you would come to here and you would get my free report, which reveals the top 7 online resources for improving your gambling performance, including the one I've used as a top tier slot machine casino gambler. So all I'm looking for is your first name, your email, and then you'll be able to download the report. I have a warning. Looks like I might be okay. I always have to keep an eye on stream health. I've dropped from excellent to good. I guess that's good. And people are starting to show up, which is wonderful. So I wanted to definitely show you that. What else did I want to show you? See, that's the subscribe button. That if you see any of this green button, get my free report revealing, you'll get that report by clicking here. Now, back to the main page. And this is for those who are just joining. I'm trying to give you a tour of kind of what I have as resources for slots enthusiasts. Those of you who are listening later on the podcast, basically I've gone to professorslots.com and I'm showing the main page. Went through the menus at the top very briefly. This is a video, almost my first YouTube video, and me wearing my Professor Slots outfit. And this is about 2 minutes of me just sort of talking about who I am. I won't go through that. Podcasts are available. I don't know why I don't just put everywhere. Everywhere you can find podcasts, this is where you will find it. But things like Spotify and Pandora and other places, SoundCloud, are a little less usual, but the Google Podcasts and Apple Podcasts cover a lot. The last 5 episodes. Then I have just the last 6 articles that I wrote, and I'll get through this in just a moment. I've been doing 2 podcasts per weekend now for a little bit. So last weekend, the weekend before this weekend will also be 2. As soon as I finish writing my next article. I just so you know first, I went to Kansas City, and I went to Harrah's, North Kansas City. Anybody have a comment? Anybody want to comment about having been to, this is the Missouri side, Kansas City, Missouri, Harrah's, North Kansas City. I'm writing an article on that based on my trip, came back yesterday. And then down towards the bottom is just my contact information, other stuff. But if you click on this, you might find this interesting. It's ABC Channel 27, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It's an evening news report where we spent a while to get this scheduled onto the evening news in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. In that town, they only have one casino, Penn National, which is owned by Hollywood. And it's been there for a number of years. But the reporter... I take this approach of business practices and taking advantage of casino business practices, or even pointing out a lot of people don't understand that there's a payout return, and some of you do, some of you may not have heard of that. But I talk about that with them, and they were shocked to actually go to the state website for the Gaming Commission and find out that, yeah, it was 92% return at the casino that first year it was open, but the second year it dropped, and then, gee, for the last 10 years or so, it hasn't been above 90%. How does that work? And yeah, but if you're up at another place in Pennsylvania where there's many casinos like Philadelphia, they all are a lot more competitive. So that's a tour. If you want to go here, any page that you go to would have this bar over on the side where you can share to your Facebook site, your Twitter site, and you can share that article. And almost done with the tour here. So this is my most recent article, which isn't a podcast. This is a very long article. On the side here is something called a sidebar. If you're looking at it on a smartphone, it's actually at the bottom. Again, the free report, my top 5 most popular slots articles according to my analytics. And again, some of the stuff about the podcast. This is a link to my YouTube channel. You know how to find that because you're here. Or those of you who are live. This is my book on Amazon, and here's a few of my recommendations for the American Casino Guide and some of these gambling wallets, which I talk about on someplace else. For those of you who might be interested in buying the book, it is sort of the December selling season, the sort of holiday gift season. You can get it currently as a Kindle and a paperback versions, so an ebook and a paperback version, but I'm about half done editing the audiobook for Audible, also owned by Amazon. So there is the description, and this is what the cover looks like, and it's called Learning to Win, How to Make a Profit at Slot Machine Casino Gambling. I'm sure you can find it on Amazon if you go looking for it, or you just go to any of my web pages and except the main one, and it'll be my slots book is over here on the side. Okay. That is a tour of what I have available. I also have Facebook groups, one for every state, and then one sort of like for the United States or the world, really, Professor Slots Enthusiasts, or you can just say your state, then Slot Machine Casino Gambling, and you'll find your state. If you sign up to get my free report, you'll get signed up to my weekly, looks like I'm going to be going to weekly, just letting you know what I've put out that I think is valuable for you, emails on Saturday mornings, and that'll have a list of the different, a link directly to each state. Facebook group, private. And that's growing, something I started about a month and a half ago. So looking at the Stream Health, I'm back to being excellent. Wonderful. I had a little warning for a moment there. So there are a few questions that are coming in. Chuck says, this is more of a comment, but I'm starting to realize that your take on the business aspect is pretty much right on. Last Friday, and thank you, Chuck. I thought so. Last Friday and Saturday, Thanksgiving weekend, they had some bad winter weather. And then last night, Sammy Kershaw, a country music star, canceled his show, I guess due to the bad winter weather. And the machines were in serious take mode. When you have these special events, either, an annual holiday, Derby Day, it doesn't have to be a holiday. It can be just a big event, a card giveaway, which they've been promoting for a month or more. Any of these things, you have to look at it and say, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing for payout returns? Because I'm trying to tell you, check. Your casino may say it's a bad thing, but it isn't always a bad thing. But it really, if you just check for any of these events, then once you find out what the casino does for one event, you know what they do for all events. And that's easy enough to check. Requires a little bit of patience. And what I'm trying to do is go to casinos and figure it out. But honestly, you guys are the boots on the ground, right? You go to your casino. I couldn't possibly go to your casino as much as you are going to your casino. Well, unless it's Miami Valley Gaming right down the road from where I live. But even then, when I go to another casino, like I went to Harrah's North Kansas City on Thursday night, Friday morning, stayed the night at their hotel, and I'm writing an article on this. Should be out, I hope, later today, possibly tomorrow, if all goes well, with computer working and all that. If I go to a casino to do a review, I can only check a certain number of my winning strategies to see if that casino does that winning strategy. Again, I can't make you more lucky. I can point out what the casino is doing and how to take advantage of that business practice. Will they institute that business practice? Well, there's some that are very common and some that are a little bit less common, but you just check them. I try to tell people I'm not trying to, my 7 strategies plus more, 7 strategies, one of them might work at your casino, and just check them. And I'll even tell you which one's most likely and which one's least likely. And the one that's most likely is like you win a lot, more often, but not as much. And then you sort of have to go home because that's it. This is my 5-pull method, where you're trying to, they want you to win a little when you first sit down. So why not stop playing and move to the next machine? Business practice, right? So you're taking advantage of their business practice. If you do this in the high limit room, which is where I learned it, you would go through all the machines before half an hour has gone by and you're done. You go home. Doesn't make for a long playing session, but what those casinos that have that, I was winning hand pays. I wanted to stay longer, but that's not how that winning strategy works. So some of these winning strategies like progressive slot machines and tracking what the progressive jackpot is, and over, it could be months. But then you begin to get an idea. You see what the top jackpot is for that collection of progressive slot machines. And it went down. Well, that's because somebody won somewhere. It might, the extent of the progressive jackpot is also another question. I have an article on this. Just look under strategies. Oh, my goodness. So that's all I wanted to. Hello again. So you saw that screen for a little while, and so that was a tour of my stuff. So I've been talking here a little bit about reviewing casinos and trying out the different strategies to see if that casino is using the business strategy on which that strategy, the business practice that strategy is trying to take advantage of. And maybe that casino does, maybe that casino doesn't. Once you find out, then you know what to do there. And that's basically my approach. And I am waiting for, according to, I see. All right. Should be updating momentarily to have me on the screen again. Come on. You can update. There I am. All right. So that was Chuck. And now I am looking at greener pastures. Greektown's rewards are being turned over to my choice. Is this good or bad? There's several things that could be going on that you could take advantage of. Let's say that you are pretty high up in the Greektown awards, and please check with them. They may automatically do this, but even if you aren't high up in the rewards and you go to Greektown is a portion of Detroit, for those who don't know, in Michigan, and if you go to a new casino that you haven't been to before, and you have like a top tier, second to the top tier, whatever tier you have in your rewards program, wherever you may be, some other casino, tell them. I mean, if you're the lowest level, it probably won't help. But if you are up, they will give you a higher tier level than you would be if you just started from scratch. So if you are going to go to the Greektown casinos, now they take my choice. So those of you who have my choice, you might consider a trip to Detroit because now those use my choice. If you have been going to the Greektown casinos and they're switching, well, you should get credit. I've been to a casino where they switched, and they credited you for your tier status. Sometimes it's probationary, sometimes it's the rules are different, and you might wonder where you're going to land. Like you could be from a 4-tier system, and then the new one is a 5-tier system. So which one would you be in? I mean, this is no different than 7 stars and diamond status for it was Total Rewards. Now it's Caesars Rewards, and soon to be something else. That would the program itself changed, didn't even leave the rewards program. And, this sort of thing happens. So if you're new to that casino and you have my choice, then that they're using it now. If you are not new to that casino, if that's your casino, then you're going to switch over. You should be able to maintain a status. I would hope that they would be generous because you're their current clientele, and they should treat you right. I hope that they do. So you should see some advantages. I don't think there's too much else to say about switching reward systems. Learn what the new programs are. You might find yourself doing better with your comps because my choice is big, right? And you could go a lot of different places where before you're kind of like Greektown. So the resources, I mean, that's one of the things I've talked about in my players rewards. No, this would have been players rewards advantages, 7 players advantages for players clubs for joining one. One of the things that you can do is, let's see, what was it? There's several points that I make in that. If you're in my, right. It costs a lot to have a promotional program for a casino, but it's a small fraction of the revenue for MGM or Caesars. They could be world-class easily. But if you're a small tribal casino or you're Greektown, how good can your promotions be? You're limited to where you could be a member. And also the whole department is just a much smaller group of people. So a lot of thought has gone into making big programs excellent. So I think you should see I don't see any bad. All I see is good. Right. So Dean, that's an interesting logo. What is sunglasses, emoticon? Cool. I guess that's what that means. Okay. I can't speak emoticon as much as I try. Dean asks, can linked progressive slot machines such as Wheel of Fortune or Megabucks be manipulated by the casinos as when to pay out? Oh, no. Well, convincing people of this can be difficult. I don't think, no. But let me give you an argument, make a couple of points, which I think you'll see are, there's no way you can mess with Megabucks. The reason is a casino cannot mess with Megabucks because it's at multiple casinos. And while you might not trust Megabucks not to make a deal with a casino, all those different casinos are you can trust those casinos not to let the other casinos, what's a good clean word to use here, take advantage of each other. So they have to have a clean game. I mean, and hopefully that convinces you. The other side of this is the gaming commissions are just, these are tough people. And the risk is so high for casinos. They're making money now. Why would they mess with that when the gaming commission could yank their gaming license and now they have Garth Brooks and that's about it. They have their entertainment venue and they no longer have billions of dollars per month coming and going. I just can never see them messing with that. Megabucks is a system, and they would have to be, what do we call it? A conspiracy with many groups of people. And you know what? What do they say? 3 or more people can't keep a secret. So that's my argument. That's my convincing argument. My certainty of that not being possible is people are looking for that, and they're already making money. They just wouldn't mess with the income. But now things like Wheel of Fortune, Megabucks, for those who don't know, is multi-million dollars across the state of Nevada, maybe even outside of the state. When I was at Miami Valley Gaming in Ohio, a Racino with slot machines, that type in Ohio, if you go to professorslots.com/OH, you'll find my article on Ohio, and it's mentioned there. But when I was there, and I talk about this in my progressive slots strategy, I asked them, why didn't they have networked progressives? I mean, yeah, there was a row of them, multiple rows of them, but I'm like, where's your statewide? Where's your connection to the other casino? Where's your, outside of the state? And you know what they told me? The floor manager in the high limit slots area, what he told me? The liability is just driving them crazy. It takes you 8 hours to get your winnings because they have to contact all the other casinos, let them know somebody won. Then you gotta, they all want to check. And so it takes 8 hours. That's, I'm trying to think where I saw the article. It was some news article about you wait in a back room for 8 hours while they make calls. And that's, to verify your jackpot. I mean, you get over $10,000 and you have a floor manager show up at your slot machine, non-progressive slot machine, and they can get it sorted in 20 minutes, but not the progressive stuff. So if you're talking about progressive slot machines, Wheel of Fortune, for instance, which is just a row of machines, is there a way to win on it? And I go over that in my article, Progressive Slot Machines, professorslots.com. And you can, let's see. I've got this new feature now. And let's see if I can go back to show you how to kind of move around. So I'm going to click on Professor Slots, go back to the main page, go under blog, which I'm thinking about just changing the articles, go down to strategies. This is a list of all my strategy articles. And flip through this, and shouldn't be long before we get to reliable holiday patterns. Sorry I didn't tell you about that before Thanksgiving, but Christmas is coming up, so you might want to take a look at that one. But if you go to, if you plan on gambling in and around the holidays, winning special events, winning strategies, progressive slot machines, winning strategy 2. So this is that progressive. For those who don't know, and I think most people do, progressive number here is the top jackpot that you might win if you won progressives, and there's different ways to do that. So these are the 4 different types of progressive slot machines using the language of the slot manufacturers. They call them standalone progressives, where it's almost these penny slots that have major and minor. They're kind of standalone. Then you have the in-house, where it might be a row, but it doesn't go outside of the casino. That just means inside the casino, that property. But it could, I shouldn't say property, inside that particular facility. Then you have in-chain, which means, any Hollywood casino perhaps within a state. And then you have wide area like Megabucks. So if you need to identify which progressive slot machine type, standalone, in-house, in-chain, wide area, and wide area is getting to be less and less because of liability issues, then you need to figure out what is the progressive jackpot, what is this number, and you go multiple trips, and hopefully my voice is keeping up with the video. I think there's maybe a 20-second lag. So I'm showing the progressive jackpot. You need to keep track of that number because it'll go up and down. When you're not at the casino, somebody won. That's why it went down. But it doesn't go to zero. It goes to a low number. And then it has to win by a top number. And sometimes these are only a couple hundred. Everything good? Stream health is back to good, down from excellent. You need to find out what the top number is and the bottom number is. Some of these smaller in-house ones, it might only be $1,000 difference. It might be a $4,000 jackpot, or could even be less. It just bounces between 3,500 low, 3,500 low, 4,000 high, and it has to pay out by the time it goes to the top number. It could pay out immediately, but it's more likely to win if you get to the top, get closer and closer to the top number. And you don't know what that top number is unless you do your research. So go to the casino, go to that slot machine, write down that number, come back the next time you're at the casino, check the number, and maybe tease somebody, plot it out, and figure out how it never goes above this number, never goes below this number, and then you know what the top and the bottom is. And from there, rock and roll. So this goes into different strategies and a long article. Should you play progressive slot machines? Strategies for winning on progressive slot machines. So let's outside of going into a deep dive on that, I'm going to come back to me on the screen and should be able to come back. Oh, right. Clear. Boom. Well, for those of you who were here the last two times, I'm making amazing progress in understanding the technical aspects of going live. Now I can show other things. And looks like still going. Stream settings, analytics, excellent. So anybody have another question? Because I've got things to say. If you don't. So I don't know if Catherine's on. I think she planned on being on later. She's going to the Peppermill in Atlantis. So wish her well on her trip. I guess she leaves tomorrow for that. Let's all wish her well. Hopefully we can hear back from her. What's another good thing to do? Yeah. Let me just show you around a bit more. For those of you who might have missed the prior stuff, I'm going to come back to my main page. I need like two big monitors, like right up there. So going back to my main page, there is a article. Here is my state-by-state stuff. There's a summary article, and then there's 56 articles. I spent 3 years on it now, almost. I'm going the third time through. So I'm going to press on the summary article here, and you'll get my online resource. And it kind of walks you through the various things that I'm trying to do here, how it's the third year, and and then this first section here before I get to alphabetically through all the states and sort of a summary of each article and a link to every article. There is this Facebook group, slots communities that I've built for you. And there's interesting groups. If I were to click on what's a fairly big one? Well, the biggest one, of course, is Nevada. And we'll open another window. It will. I'm not logged in, and I'm not going to show you my password. So if you were to go to all the way at the top here, if you were to go to professorslots.com/online resource. So what I will do is take this and I'll drop it into the chat window. Unfortunately, for those of you who will be watching this later, the chat window that we use during the live event is not the same as the chat window that shows up after. So I put the link out there during the live event chat. But for those of you who are listening later or watching the video at a later time, the recording, it is professorslots.com/online-resource. And that'll give you a link to all of my state-by-state sites. And I think it's a good idea that I don't take you there. You need to become a member because it's private. And everybody's been pretty pleased with that. Not with that we say anything outrageous, but it's a matter of, talking about your slots gambling and not just making it available on Facebook all over the place. It's just us. So, okay. Greener pastures. You're doing great, John. Thank you. If you've been here since the beginning 2 live streams ago, I think you'll see a serious amount of improvement. If I can keep it up for the next year, that would be awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Anybody out there have cats? I have cats. Anyway, okay, so I'm busy here, okay? Right, so let me get back to being, it's almost working smoothly at this point. Okay, and there is about a 20-second delay, so once I show up on my monitor, that's how things are going. Stream health looks good, not excellent. That was a big concern for me. I bounce. If you ever meet me, half the time I talk about what it's like to have a business, and half the time I talk about, so you want to know how to win at slots. Okay, we can do that. So it's fascinating to learn the control system they now have on YouTube and the changes they make and the Facebook rules and just trying to guide the business. I have a business. I'm not making any money at it. It's something I hope to provide resources for you that answers your questions. So, I'm learning more and more what you guys want. It's been an interesting progression. I'm a high limit slots player. And if you want to know how to do all that, I know how to do that. But what I've been learning is to play with $100. Make it last a couple hours. Because there's far more people who might be interested in that. Not that I'm ignoring the high limit people, but I'm trying to help the most number of people. And so I'm trying to do both. So whatever your questions are, we can go over it. I'm starting to realize, talking to some of the APs on Twitter and other things, the advantage players on Twitter, I've got answers nobody else has. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I do. And I'm willing to share. Let's see. We are looking decent here. And let me double check to see if there's more questions. So I think we have, I think we're doing okay with the Q&A. It was definitely an experiment, and it seems to be a good experiment. The experiment seems to be going well. Well enough received. One of the articles, so there is upcoming events, I guess I should say, article on Harrah's North Kansas City. Shortly, the 2020 version of American Casino Guide. Let me just grab that for you. This is the 2019 version. It is through about here. Let's see. Through there is some articles that go about 100 pages. Then you go to Alabama, and that goes all the way to the end, which is Wyoming here. They don't do the states which doesn't have some form of gambling. I do. And that's one of the reasons why I think I should write a book like this every year. It's one of my goals. And that's what I want to try to talk about with you now. But then they also have these coupons. If you never get to Las Vegas, I don't know how much it would help you, but if you get to Las Vegas, you might get 10% off all Guinness merchandise at the due to the coupon here. So at the Guinness store, stuff like that. And there's also South Point and Tacos and Rita's and Prime Burger and Rock House, and it isn't just Las Vegas, but it does seem to be Laughlin as well, and so other places, Prim, other places in Nevada primarily. So if you get out that way, it's a good resource, and I do mention it is one of my 7 top online resources for slots gamblers. But they're coming out with the new year, the 2020 version. I believe it's about a week from now that they're actually going to make it available. You can pre-order now on Amazon. If you go to there, yes. So if you go to any of my articles on the side here under recommendations, would be the 2020 version of, and I'll click on that for you. We'll go there, and this is the 2020 American Casino Guide, and we can look right at free shipping. $19.99. This title will be released on December 15th, 2019. So one day off. It was 8 days from now. When that comes out, I've already ordered it, and it's paperback only. And when it comes in, a week later should have a review for you. So another 2 weeks or so, I should have an article and a podcast and all that about my latest review. I do it every year for several things. One of them being the American Casino Guide, to see what's changed, what's new, and it's a valuable resource, I think. And coming back to you. I'll have to check later to see how well this flipping back and forth is working for you. Right. So that's a useful resource, and they're coming out with a new version in 8 days. So if you want to go to any of my pages except my main page, you'll find a link to that resource, and you can pre-order now like I have and get it. Particularly if you want to go to Nevada, and some of the articles are okay. I review it. You'll see what I mean when I talk about it next time on the podcast, or you come to my website. If you sign up to my email list at professorslots.com/subscribe, then you'll be informed when that is released. Whatever particular, I send out an email for the week on Saturdays, and you'll be directed right to it. Or you can just find me later. Right. So questions. Let me double check that on the live stream. Okay. So Greener Pastures has a question or statement. Throughout your gambling career, would you say you've won more than you've lost? Oh, sorry. Yes. But I've had a lot of thoughts about this. If you look at my last Advantage article on Advantage Plays, you'll see that I'm like, well, you can make more than you. What's your goal? What's your gambling goal? Making more than you lose? $10 more? Is that acceptable? I mean, my goal was, by day I'm an aerospace engineer. Frankly, it pays well. I mean, not as much as you could do with some other stuff, but it, low 6 figures. So that allows me to have a YouTube channel and the equipment necessary to do all that. But I wasn't making 6 figures. I mean, how do I put this? And I talk about this in my book, and I even post the jackpots, and I talk about totals and amounts, and that's all in the book. What I'm trying to convey here is if you go to my website and I'll switch over to that because I think this is an important discussion. I'll come back to the main page. If you go under identifying your gambling goals, and there it is. So let me go back. So if you are on the main page and you go to here, identifying your gambling goals, I think the biggest population of people who play slots are looking to have entertainment. Based on your statement, win more than you've played. I'm not sure what you are. I am trying to help. I assume whatever somebody wins at a casino, they're going to play. But I'm trying to get it so that they win a little bit more so they can play a little bit longer. I'm trying to help them stretch their dollar because I think the largest population of demographic, whatever you want to call it, segment of slots players is to be an entertainment gambler. So you can see right here, there's 3 types: entertainment, complimentary gifts, and take-home money. So let me come back to you, and that's the identifying gambling goals. So yes, I won as far as W2Gs, hand pays. I documented all that. I made basically my aerospace engineering salary per year. 2 years in a row. That's what I was focused on doing. Third year, I wrote a book, Learning to Win, because I came to the conclusion that all the effort that I was putting in, I calculated the number of hours. I knew how long I was at the casino per week, and I plotted and graphed and put all that in. And I'm like, it's like writing a book. Authors who, it takes 6 months to write a book, you might write 2 books. When I looked into that, I was shocked to find out that these authors might make $30,000 a year. And that's all they do every day is write. If they're not a bestseller, they're only selling like 17,000 copies. They might not even get through their royalty check. And this is high success level. So, making $30,000 a year for those authors is kind of sad. And I know I've talked to people about, the 5 figures that I've won, being very general here. I can't ever take it back if you tell. But the 5 figures that I've made, and it wasn't low 5 figures, for profit, not revenue, for profit. Revenue was equal, very, very close to my aerospace engineering salary, but profit was about 1/3 and of the revenue. And I thought that was wonderful, 130% payout return personally for the way that I played at these casinos where I'd figured out how to win and wrote it all down. And if you wanted to be an author, maybe that's wonderful. Maybe you work at a McDonald's minimum wage and $30,000 is great. But I'm like, I got student loans to pay. I have all these degrees, but I'm just, it dies with me. My family isn't going to inherit my student loan debt, but there's a cap and I went past it. And I thought, well, be the responsible guy so that every taxpayer in America doesn't have to pay a dime or a penny, on my debt someday. I want to be able to pay my debt. And so I thought I would use what I got from my debt, my student loans, to pay for it. And I know it's a long-winded answer, but I made a 30% profit, 130% if you want to calculate it that way. I got back what I paid into it plus another 30%. That's how much I won. It was unacceptable. It might not be unacceptable for you, but maybe your gambling goal is to have entertainment. That's a lot of entertainment. But I'm like, I'd like to do 200%, not 130%. That's minimum. Can I do that? Because I calculated the number of hours that I spent at a casino to win as much as I had won. And I figured out that I would have to work close to 100 hours, 90 hours per week just doing that. And I might achieve what I already had with my day job. And I'm like, son of a gun. How so my advantage play here is maybe I can help the country learn about business practices, how to take advantage of casinos, and charge them some small amount, which I have not started to do. Well, it's like $17, $18 for the book. That's not what I'm going to be doing. But I've just transitioned over to, it looks like this is not going to be a hobby. It looks like it's going to be a business. I need to turn it into one. I'm going to have online courses. I don't mean to say that I have it ready, but in the next year, I'm going to start being involved in Patreon. I'll explain later what that is. Special videos for people who join that. None of this is set up yet, but you're going to start seeing some things where I will tell you more details, prepare a package that would allow me to make a dent in my student loans and give potentially the country, how to win at casinos, playing slots. Long-winded answer. Let me double check. Where is my mouse? Come on, mouse. Let's see. Dean Joel, what's your favorite high-limit room casino in Vegas? Mandalay Bay. I went on a trip to Las Vegas, one of the Silver Stars annual trip, 4th of July weekend. I like the 4th of July weekend. And I just won 2 jackpots totaling $14,000 a few days before at the casino. What? Is that hard? Sorry. That's terrible to say that. So right before the trip to Las Vegas, and I thought, okay, I'll take $10,000 with me. Not a care in the world about taking that much cash through TSA or anything like that. It's been that was 2014. No, 2014, 2015. And I've learned a few things since then about being careful. In any case, I went to Las Vegas, stayed on the Strip, Caesar's Palace, got the room, $500 room credit, $800 and $100 vouchers, all the free stuff from the promotions counter. And I was just short line, Diamond Lounge, which served alcohol. Mine didn't in Cincinnati when it was Horseshoe. And did that whole thing. I'm not a big fan of Las Vegas, honestly. I went and saw a UFC fight, 134, got my daughter a shirt. She says most comfortable shirt she's ever worn. Angry faces on it. But I had tequila for the first time. What do they call them? Margaritas. First one, second one, and Las Vegas was better after that, but I don't think that's a usable solution. In any case, I took my $8,000. No, sorry, $4,000. I did take that much more, but I bought some stuff. I have a nice cowboy hat around here somewhere and some cowboy boots. Just lovely. But I spent $4,000, $500 increments at 8 different high-limit rooms on the Strip just to see what would happen. This is me spending money to help you understand what's going on. Would I normally have done that? No, but I wanted to know. I was curious. This is where I spend my winnings. The 30% of my day job income was what I kept despite spending money. I didn't spend all my profit. I kept 30%, but I spent a certain amount. Might have been about 30%. So theoretically, I didn't actually document. I didn't save 60%. I spent 30% on just learning more. Who can say whether or not that additional 30% that I learned wasn't actually going back into winning more? So I went to Las Vegas and I went to 8 high limit slots rooms, and I found out what terrible looks like. Caesars, there was an old guy who told me he had met Frank Sinatra. There was nobody else in the room. The slot machines were old. They had little LED lights going across it instead of any sort of touch screens. And I'm like, slowly realizing that that's not the place to be. So I go to another one and another one and another one. And the last one I went to was further down the Strip, Mandalay Bay. I walk into the high limit area. Have you been there? I walked in the high limit area and I looked around and there was a floor manager stationed there, stationed there, a desk, not well, a stand-up desk with a couple of slot attendants. And I'm like, wow, and there's people playing. I'm like, this is not what I saw elsewhere. Walk up to them and I said, hey, I encourage you to do this. Walk up to them and say, hey, anybody winning any jackpots? Yeah, we've had about 12 so far today. This is like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 4th of July weekend. Forget which day. I have it written down somewhere. I'm like, really? And they just point past me. Oh, look, there's another one. This is what you watch for. I love Mandalay Bay. And it was my last stop. I had $500 and it wasn't enough to win because maybe I should have played the dollar machine or the $2 machine or the $5 machine, but I was making $15 bets and I went through my $500 way too fast. Another lesson, which is if you want to see if you have a chance, you need to make about 100 bets, 120 bets. Stop if it's going terribly, but you need to give the machine a chance to run. And $500 was not enough in a high limit room. If I'd started there, if I'd started it on the other end of the strip with my $4,000, well, I'd be telling a different story, but I might not know all this. So I probably made more money from learning this than I lost, I hope. Okay. If I break even, I'm a winner. Greener Pastures says, great. Like I said, I'm trying to understand the motivation of my audience, of you guys. What's your goal? Breaking even, you're a winner. Awesome. One of the things is, I talk to people like my internet lawyer, right? He's like, well, we'll get you set up with terms and conditions, privacy policy, Since I'm in Ohio, would you like to come up to Cleveland sometime and maybe walk me through all this? And I'm like, sure. And I'm like, so what kind of gambler are you? And I play slots, he says. And I'm like, okay, do you want to make money? Are you there for entertainment? Do you want the comps? And he's like, oh, I definitely want to make money. He was such an entertainment gambler. A little bit of self-knowledge here. So I think most people are entertainment gamblers, and I'm trying to write articles that help them. Oh, Ron Miller asks if I consider myself a professional gambler. Fascinating question. I looked into this. No. Why? Because it doesn't happen. There are no professional gamblers in the world who play slots. Why? Well, maybe in the world. In the United States, there is not. Because the IRS will audit you if you say that you play slots and that you're a professional gambler. They will take you to court. Right? Look it up. You Google it. They will take you to court, and in order to convince the judge that you make money at slots, which everybody knows is random and you can't win at, true before 2012, more or less, you would have to convince the judge. And one of the examples that they gave was you would have to show proof. Like, say, you wrote a book on how to win at slots. That would work. And apparently I could tell the IRS that I'm a professional gambler that plays slots. They'll audit me. I'll go to court. I'll convince the judge because, ta-da, there's the book, which explains everything logically and business practices and all of that. So I'm technically not a professional gambler, and I have not chosen to go to court with IRS. I'm sure that's all very expensive. And no, I don't fit the criteria for what the IRS calls a professional gambler. But this is like saying I'm not an advantage player. I'm not a traditional advantage player. We talked about this the last time. Last time we had live Q&A. I'm not a traditional advantage player, but I'm totally taking advantage. I'm a player who takes advantage. So am I a professional gambler? I am a businessman. I know how much I can make playing slot machines. And it didn't meet my requirements to be able to give up my day job. So you decide whether or not I'm a professional gambler. I would say no, because I don't fit the IRS definition. I could make it happen. I'm confident. if I had the money to pay the lawyer, what would it be, $20,000, $30,000 every court appearance is a minimum of $5,000 or something. It would all just be hard. And for what? When I do my taxes, I don't do this Schedule C. I have a business and I have business expenses. That's one side of things. That's not where I do my gambling deductions. My gambling deductions are personal, like most non-professional gamblers, and works fine by me. Now, again, long-winded answer. And what other questions do you have? I think just to review here, if somebody tells you, one of the things I start the book off with is, if someone tells you, if you say, how's it going? Talking to a slots player in a casino, how's it going? Meaning, how are they doing? Are they winning more than they're losing? And if they say, breaking even, or I'm doing okay, they don't know what they're doing. They haven't, they're not keeping track. They don't have gambling records. I have an article on keeping good gambling records. Things that would be not only what you need for tax preparation, but the additional notes that you might want to take to sort of take a look at how your performance is, like the number of hours you spend at a casino. IRS doesn't care about that. But if you were to start winning, you might say, well, how do I scale this up? And other ways to look at things from that professional aspect, advantage player, professional gambler approach. If you wanted to do all that, you need to actually have records, because the people that look at you and don't tell you how they're doing, those are the ones that know. They're just not going to tell you. And the ones who say, I'm breaking even, who knows what they're doing? They don't know. Looks like we might have managed to get through this without not managed to get through this, but I was... I don't know if you know this, but I'm driven. So now that we've got other things besides my image, and I can show some screens and other stuff, I'll be doing a little bit more of that, and maybe put my image in the corner or something, because I push. I'm happy to have this set up now, and with a little more technical expertise at using the system live. It's very hard to test not being live. I don't mean to get into the technical stuff again, but you need at least 100 subscribers on your YouTube channel to try it out. And I didn't want to try it out and you get a notification and then go, what? Was that like a, fake me out? And I just can't start a YouTube channel and try it. I have to go live and manage it Saturdays, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. And that's it for this session. We will be back here. I will be back here on Saturday, 2 p.m. A week from today. That would be the 14th on Saturday. I haven't really looked to see what the next week after that, 14th, 21st, 28th. Okay, looks like we're going to miss major holidays on a Saturday, so we should be good to go. I wouldn't want anybody to show up on a major holiday. So thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you so much for your questions. Please, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and I will, so you get updates, and maybe visit my website and take a look around. There's valuable stuff there, I think, that might help you. Good day, and have a wonderful weekend. Now I'm live. Okay. Looks like I had a button that wasn't pressed. Dave, and Lois, do you see me now? Okay. So, it is a few days before Christmas. Could someone comment whether or not they see me, live? There was a connection issue. There's many connections that need to be made to go live on YouTube, and I think one of them was missing. So I have excellent stream health, and I have 9 people out there. Hello. So John Friel here. We are talking about today advantage plays and what are advantage plays. Basically, you have, and I think the first 8 minutes were, hello, Denise. I think we might have lost the first few minutes there. So I wanted to say that where I was talking, but I was live on Facebook, not live on YouTube. So thank you, Lois. Good to know that I can be seen. Hey, Richard. Excellent. I'm a technology guy, and this can be a little frustrating. And Terry, hello, Terry. How are you doing? How's tanks going? I got my thing that I wanted to do, but not the second one I wanted to do. Anyway, some friends are on, which is nice. Okay, so I want to talk about advantage plays. In general, this is a long-running topic. It can be travel bonuses. It can be Samuel L. Jackson talking about Capital One, what's in your wallet, cashback rewards. And if you have a business like an Amazon fulfillment business, it's Christmas time, so this makes sense, where you sell stuff on Amazon, but you sell like a package of things. You buy a bunch of stuff, you package it up nice, you take a good photo, you write it up nice, and you put it up on Amazon, and people buy that instead of making their own kits. And that really works well, or has in the past and may yet, where you buy all this stuff and you sell it for 10% more because you're selling the kit, where the individual stuff would be kind of hard for everybody to get together and stuff. So you're selling convenience, and you can mark it up a little bit. When you do that, you have to buy all these pieces. And if you use like a Capital One, cash back program credit card, you can buy all that stuff and then pay it back. And you can do tens of thousands of dollars, and some people $100,000 a month, to cycle. And all that gets cash back rewards. And then you have that additional profit. You might have made a 10% profit on the kit, and you made a 10% profit on the cash back reward or some number. Okay. Thank you, Wise Version. I know that you've said that before. That you were computer tech. Good to know. Morganton, North Carolina, seeing you all clear. Excellent. Okay. So you have that sort of credit card way of doing advantage plays, but you also have another way of doing advantage plays, which is like the travel ones. And you can find podcasts on this. There's a couple that I like, where there's a number of them really. And you're looking at American Airlines or Delta or not American, British Airways, and you can travel to faraway destinations, and you might have to take that like midnight flight or something, but there are ways to take advantage and get a exotic trip for very small amount of money. And people follow this stuff. But what I wanted to say was all these things break down over time, because there's a whole group of people out there called advantage players who hear about this stuff, spread the word, although they try to limit that just themselves, just a few people, because they know that you can break the system. You can overuse it, and the company that's having this sale will block it. Well, they'll say, okay, that's enough's enough. So, if you look at casinos, let's move advantage plays into casinos. Now, advantage plays in casinos, blackjack, right? We talk about slots, so we don't talk about table games very much. But card counting is an advantage play. But let's talk about slots, or even being in the casino because you play slots. Like there might be a card giveaway, or there might be a slots tournament, or there might be some sort of event where you read the rules and you realize there's a loophole. Okay. People look at these rules, and casino marketing people aren't lawyers. Sometimes they make a mistake, and you look at this and you're just like, oh, I could. One example. I was winning. This was during the 9 months when I won 90 taxable jackpots, in case you hadn't heard, but before I won the car. And I'm kind of going around going, what is all this? Taking notes for the future book. I'm just making sure I keep an eye on chat. And I'm going through these different promotions that casinos have, right? And one of them was, come in for a drawing, and you get as many you get as many entries in the drawing, and you have to be there to participate. Call your name. You got to come up within 5 minutes to the promotion counter. There's a drawing for whoever signs in, calls a name, and they're going to call 10 people. And you get as many entries as you've had taxable jackpots, W2Gs, hand pays, in the last 2 months. All right. So I went in because I'm like, I'm not missing this. And I went in, and I write about this in the book. I walked up to the counter, and I gave them my 7 stars card at the time, and handed it to them, and they logged it in, and the guy, typing it in to make sure I'm registered. And he looks at the screen when my stats come up, and he looks at me and he says, 51 entries, 51 hand pays in the last 2 months. Not back then. I'm not gambling as much at high limits anymore because you guys not really as interested in that. But I had 51 taxable jackpots in the last 2 months at that time. And he looked at me and he says, 51 entries? And he kind of turns around and looks at his coworker and is like, 51 entries? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be at this promotion, and did I win something? I sure did. I won $2,000 in free slots play. You might have seen my question on Facebook asking that question. What do you do? What do you do with $2,000 free slots play? So I went out and to the high limit room, and I put it all in, and I did not win a taxable jackpot. I did win $1,950 without a taxable jackpot. So $1,000 here, $500 there, $400 there, blah, 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 blah. And that was an advantage play where there was a promotion at the casino, and I took advantage of that promotion. And there are others that I wanted to briefly mention. So let's see. So I wanted to tell you what advantage player was traditionally, and kind of the kind I am a little bit. We'll get into that just a little bit more. But one of the advantage plays, there's when it comes down to slots, and not like promotions, but slots, there is advantage plays having to do with game themes. There's an advantage play to having a team. And there's advantage plays at modern casinos. The advantage plays at modern casinos is just practically the basis of my business, what I'm trying to share with you. So let's see, what's a good place to go? Reviewing my notes. Okay, so somebody who's a serious advantage player, I'd mentioned this briefly. They don't like to share they don't brag. They don't share. Because they know that the system will break if it gets found out. If someone overtaxes the system, then they lose because, they're taking advantage as much as they can. But if 100 people come in or 1,000 people come in, it's all going to get squashed. So they take advantage and then they quietly do this. So if one of the things that you might notice is quiet people, serious people, quiet people, kind of keeping an eye on the progressive slot machines, kind of checking them out. When the numbers are high, they're busy. You might see them around. And all they're doing is just going about their business, and they don't have to brag about it. I know I like to. There's one thing. I was telling coworkers when I was winning, on what machine I was winning, in what casino. And I was saying, it really matters when you're at the casino. And Terry, for instance, never actually showed up at that chair. But I was always concerned. I'd go back and find one of my coworkers there going, I can't believe I got, So it probably would have taught me a better lesson if it had happened. So, Catherine, haven't been able to watch much lately. Christmas preparations. Yes, completely understood, everybody. I figured, after Christmas, people will be watching this. No worries there. I just didn't want to skip. I'm trying to get established in a regular rhythm. And if you want to watch this later, that's fine. I know it's a very busy time, but I'm here for you. I imagine things might pick up in January quite a bit. And that's something that I will talk about a week from now. It'll be the same situation. It'll be, New Year's arriving shortly, and it's post-Christmas. So I don't expect a lot of people there. But ask your questions now. Yeah, Terry. Ask your questions now, because we're kind of a small group. That is going to change, I'm doing everything I can to make it change. So if you have a question, I will answer it. But if we get 1,000 people, which is not impossible, a year from now, being live, then I'm going to have to figure out a way to answer people's questions. And odds are yours isn't going to get answered, because it's just going to be scrolling questions. So, ask your questions now while we're still small. Later on, I'll figure out something. I have some plans. Catherine. So Catherine, Catherine says, definitely want to read my book before my next casino trip. Let's see. Your next one's April, right? Reno? I think you might have mentioned, or was there one before that? Yeah. And if you have questions, let me know. And if you want to, share where you're going, more than the city casino, I can do a little research for you. I'll do that as much as possible. But once I get larger, it'll just be so many emails and messages that I won't be able to keep up. I'll do my best to do that for as long as possible. So take advantage now. So if you're an advantage player and you want to go and take advantage of a machine, there's not a game theme on a slot machine. There is not much to take advantage of. People kind of say that there is, but there kind of isn't. It's just how I'm a little bit different. People ask me, what's my favorite game? And I tell them, well, I have a favorite game. Sure, I like that. But as far as the favorite game is my advice as to which one to play to win, I'm like, no. Is it on the end of the row? Which casino are we talking about here? Because there's better casinos, right? I don't really care about the game theme, unless it's a progressive machine. And even then, I don't care if it's what the game theme is. I just care if it's progressive or not, because that's a different way of winning. And I talk about that in one of my strategies. So when I look at game themes, I ask myself, is it a class 3 style slot machine? Wendover Catherine says Wendover in February, in April. Okay. And then Reno in June. All right. Class 3 Las Vegas style slot machines, kind of the traditional, I suppose, one most people know about, shall I say, is it on the end of the row? Which casino is it at? Is it a progressive slot machine? These are the advantage plays in those categories. Class 2, however, is a skill-based game, and often based on bingo, not always. And Oklahoma, for instance, has about 45% or so of their slot machines are Class 2. Class 2 is something it's for tribal casinos only, and they're allowed to do that without gaming compact. They need a gaming compact to do class 3 games. The skill-based games, sometimes there's not much skill involved. Basically, the player needs to be able to make a choice. And there may not be any much skill involved other than they have to make a decision. Class 3, you push the button and, that's not really a decision. You don't have to make a choice, really, and certainly nothing that matters. And as far as whether or not you will win, maybe how much you win by choosing denomination, for instance. And so class 2 games, there are advantage plays, because if, let's say it's a Oklahoma casino and you're playing the game of bingo, well, you're playing the game of bingo with everybody currently playing a class 2 machine in that casino. Right then, when you're there. And if it's a busy Friday night, It doesn't have to be everybody, but it can be a large group of people because they can have multiple games going at once. But let's say it's 4:30 in the morning and there's you and there's somebody else over on the other side of the casino and you're the two people playing that bingo game. What happens if two people play a bingo game? One of them will win. So is there advantage plays involved in that? Now, that seems simple because it's a simple example, but in application, it gets complicated because the casino's like, well, what if we only have two people playing bingo? One of them's going to win. We can't have that. So there are, if you're going to look into that advantage play, you're going to have to study a little bit closer and understand what is the casino doing it so it's not so obvious, easy way to win. But let's consider progressive slot machines because that's the next thing I wanted to talk about. And now get back to questions. And just make sure that your questions gets answered. Like I said, I don't expect a lot being right before Christmas, but I imagine will be viewed later. I'm going to quickly say here, I've got a lot of stuff coming for YouTube. January 1, I think I'm going to go daily, not live Q&A. Q&A is going to be Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern time till 3 p.m. Eastern time. But I'm looking like I'm going to go daily videos. So please hit the subscribe button in YouTube so you can hear about these things and so you can know that it's going to be a major change to go daily. And I hope that'll be interesting, but I'll keep the live Q&A and that'll always be at this time as long as I can manage to do it without any flu or work travel. Interesting enough, my coworker who is signing my work travel is in the chat. So blame him. Okay, so advantage players also see advantages to what they're trying to do if they have a team. I know they said they don't like to share, but sometimes they figure out something and they're like, oh, that machine's going to win, but it's a progressive slot machine and it's a bank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 machines in that system. It's getting close to winning because they figured it all out. We could talk about how there's an article. And somebody else that's not part of the team could sit down and win. So why don't I get me, my cousin, my uncle, 2 other people, that I could trust, and all 5 of us sit down and agree to share the winnings. Right? Team approach. So, that's an advantage play that can work for progressives if you understand it's getting close to the maximum jackpot. If you figured out when that is, what that amount is, and then you occupy all the possible chairs. Now, progressives can be a bank. Progressive can actually be one stationary standalone machine. Oddly enough, you can have a bank of them. You could have them spread throughout the casino, and you can have multi-casino. Sometimes the multi-casino can be owned by the same operator. Sometimes they can be different operators, but that's being cut back tremendously because it's such a legal liability problem. Just everybody coming to terms on having to pay out a jackpot. It's becoming a real hassle. And a lot of the smaller casinos, like in Ohio, I've talked to floor managers and they're just like, we're done with that. It's just too expensive and too much liability. But you still have megabucks in Las Vegas and other places that can afford to pay the lawyers' fees to make all that work. So that bank of progressive slot machines is kind of what I talk about because most people will see that sort of thing. That's sticking around. Then there's the modern casinos, advantage plays, and checking the chat here. Your dad's a regular now. Your thoughts on year end at the casino? So last time I kind of, hey, I'll see you later, Terry. Merry Christmas. Right. So I went over basically year end. I'll jump over to a comment from Lois or possibly Dave talking about my dad being a regular now. I should say hi, Dad. Merry Christmas. Last time I went over kind of the year end. There was a block in there. I'm trying to stick to a particular theme on a Q&A session, but for a few minutes, 5-10 minutes, somewhere in the last hour from last week, last Saturday, we went over the changes to watch for casinos. The main thing I talked about was if you are winning in 2019 at your casino, it's probably a business practice. Business practices change, and one of the most common times for casinos to change a business practice, and they're not making it better. They're probably making it worse. It's unlikely it might be the same. It might be worse. Not likely to get more so. So watch out in the new year that you put the regular amount of money in and you lose it. And I don't want you to like give back all the money you've won this year trying to win again. Watch out for that. As far as what we haven't discussed, I was talking to John from Connecticut, one of my first fans. Met him, almost 3 years ago, April last year. So getting close to 3 years now, and met him about 3 years ago. And great guy, and high limit player, and that's what I was mostly talking about back then. And he had a note that he was kind of winning in December last year, a year ago, and he thought it was kind of like odd, but then it was over so quick because he kind of noticed it at the last moment and didn't really plan to take advantage. And he remembered. He told me this morning, he called me up, and because I think it's my number. And he said, I realized in time and I went back in and it's working. So one of the things that he said, this would have been Foxwoods in Connecticut, that, and I don't think I'm sharing anything that shouldn't be shared. They need to balance their books. Is not the correct technical term. They have a commitment to their state gaming, tribal gaming compact to meet a certain percentage, and it's a per lifetime average on their slot machines, and they haven't quite met it because they've been kind of pulling money in more than they've been giving it back. And there's fine reasons to do that. For instance, it's a lot easier to do it that way. If you want to give money back, you actually have to have people at the casino. If you want to take money from some players, they have to actually show up at the casino, and it's not easy to do that. So the best way, I've talked about this elsewhere, and I don't know if I could say this quickly so you understand, but if you give money, if you give out a few jackpots, that's easy to do for a casino. But getting people to spend more money, it doesn't work well. I mean, if you have a busy night at the casino and you don't pay out enough for a casino, then the next morning you can give out a couple of jackpots and you can hit your bookmarking, hit your target. Well, I've talked about that before and elsewhere perhaps, and the end of the year is very similar. There are some casinos who are like required to meet a certain payout return on their slot machines, and they're not where they need to be. In fact, they need to give back money because they've been holding back too much. And so they just settle their accounts. They give back a few jackpots towards the end of the year. You need to figure out if your casino's doing that. And I'll tell you, Foxwoods is doing that. Okay. Question. Catherine, are you referring to must-win by banks of machines where you know when it will hit? Yes, although I'm not sure the must-win by is a common term. It might be a class 2 term, but I don't think it really matters. Yes, there is a must-win by. Progressive slot machines have an upper limit on the progressive jackpot and a lower limit on the progressive jackpot. If somebody wins the progressive jackpot, the progressive jackpot after that winning does not drop to zero. It drops to a low number, 2,000, and it might max out at 3,000. On some of these penny machines or other machines. Now you have megabucks, which might max out at like 5 million or something, but it doesn't drop to zero when somebody wins. It drops to like 1 million. So there is an upper limit and a lower limit, and must win by that amount. Now, they prefer people don't win immediately. I mean, the odds are not over 100%. At Seminole Brighton Casino, about 2 hours south of Orlando, Lois and Dave, we talked about, and there's an article for everybody else about what's going on there. There might be an end of year thing. It should be easy enough to check. But yes, must win by, going back to Catherine's question, must win by is probably the term. It's descriptive, and it's what I mean by that. But there's also a minimum that matters, and you could have someone win the progressive. It could, at some value, drops to the lower number, and someone could win immediately. I mean, anytime the machine is playing, somebody could win the progressive. But as it climbs, as people play it, the progressive jackpot climbs. As it approaches that limit, the odds improve. It's more likely someone's going to win. And eventually, it has to, because it'll hit that number. And then whoever's playing will win. That's my best description. Let me quickly check stream health. Back to excellent. Wow, I think I've got more people on the live than we've had before. Wonderful. Questions. Catherine, at Wendover, there are banks of machines where it says something like must win by $10,000. What I'm explaining to you about the upper limit and the minimum limit, the hardest part about those progressive slot machines is what is the maximum? Must win by, must hit by. Okay. Yes, what is the maximum? The penny slot machines with the major and minor numbers? Those are progressives. They don't call them progressives, but it's the same system of having it must win by this much, or then if someone does, it drops to a lower number. And so every state will do it a little bit differently. And who can say why? Some of these have to do with the products that are available from the slot manufacturers. Some of it have to do with the particular gaming regulations for that gaming jurisdiction. But, and where did you see this? Did you see this at Wendover, Catherine? You said Wendover. So they actually tell you what the maximum is. And this is an interesting business practice by the casino. Oh, you don't have to struggle to find out, like so many advantage players try to find out. And then it's a secret. They shortcutted the advantage players learning that information and then taking the winnings for themselves. And I don't know, maybe you'd say it was fair. They made it fair. Here, we'll post a sign, $10,000. This is the must hit by. Okay, now everybody has a chance. And I think my response, what I would see if that was there is people saying, well, all we have to do is drive up to 10,000 and it's only at 9,000. So let's all climb on board. And an advantage player would be like, oh, I would wait till it got to like 9,500, honestly, because you're wasting, you're not really going to make your money back unless you wait, but the casino will be like, no, we'll tell them at $10,000. And then, yay. So I see a business practice in place there where the casino is not hurting themselves, they're helping themselves. And they're making it fair for everybody because then the advantage players aren't winning the majority of progressive jackpots. All right. Succinct. Catherine says maybe because it's in Nevada. It's hard to say sometimes where the origins of certain practices come from. The casino has some flexibility in some ways of whether or not to post a sign that says $10,000. But what's true, and I wrote an article about this, Nevada is awesome. Okay. Their gaming regulations, their lawyers, their academics, their judges, their law system. It's just phenomenal. They've been working on this thing for like 80 years. And everybody uses them as an example. And I mean, everybody, the world uses Nevada as the right way to do things. And they just try to copy it. And that doesn't always work out because Nevada's got its own sort of economy and number of casinos and all that. And some of the stuff that they're doing works best for them, but not so much for other people. So you have other places like the state of Washington that'll have its own tribal lottery system that goes to video lottery terminals. And that, is innovative, and Nevada would never do that because it doesn't work in Nevada, but it works in Washington. So while Nevada is awesome, sometimes places are different enough. I'm not quite sure how it all apply to Oklahoma, for instance, that Nevada's great, but not universally perfect. State laws, gaming regulations are state laws, and tribal compacts are, with the state, between a tribe and a state, and they're all different. And that's pretty fascinating to watch every state kind of bump around on this. All right. So modern casinos, just to tie back in a little bit, I'll watch for questions. In modern, let's say not modern casinos, anybody see Ocean's 13? The George Clooney, Brad Pitt movie. There was this, they did it a couple times. They did a con. They always name their cons. It's always nice to hear the terminology. I don't know if they're making them up or not, but they talked about the Susan B. Anthony, which is a dollar coin, or was. I think they might still have it. But we don't have coin-operated slot machines anymore, so it doesn't matter. But at these non-modern casinos, back when they had coins, there was this advantage play, or at least the myth or the theory. Who knows if it still worked, if it did work ever. I can't see how it would technically, but it certainly was thought to work. And they play on that in the movie, which is you drop the coins in a pattern. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, pause. And again, I don't know how that makes sense because there's an each coin a bet, but how you drop them into the machine, maybe you're building your bankroll. It's called a Susan B. Anthony because then the next person who pushes the button and the last one wins because it's programmed to win. It's just a myth. I'm pretty sure. Wouldn't know. And, we don't have coin operated anymore, except I think one state still has it. And so that doesn't work anymore. But that was the major advantage play, at least people would talk about. And now, I see a couple questions. I'll get to them in just a second. But now we have vouchers. And so it doesn't seem to be anybody doing that. But what are the advantage plays? So the advantage plays are what I talk about. I mean, there's the progressive machines and having teams and taking advantage of promotions and all of that. But what I do is I look at the business practices of the casino. Are they looking to sell? How would you know? It's a closely guarded secret. But if they're trying to sell, they want to bump up their numbers and they want to bring more people in and they want to show those to the new buyer and make themselves attractive and, make their slots looser. So sometimes when you see looser stuff and then you find out later, they sold. Oh, the two were connected. Oh, look at that. And if only you knew sooner. Right? So I'm trying to figure out, how do you know sooner? And year end, first couple of years of being open, it was a cornfield and there was no casinos in that state. And now it's a big old, casino resort and nobody in the area is like, casinos, I don't, what? And they have to build their reputation. And so they let people win. If you go to professorslots.com/ABC27, you'll see what I mean for Pennsylvania. I'll type that into the chat. professorslots.com/ABC27. This is a news report where I was interviewed on the evening news in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. They have one casino, Penn National. It's a horse track. It has a horse track, but it also has slot machines. And they're the only casino in Harrisburg, and really even nearby. And they had like 92% payout return. Statistics. They actually returned 92%, and then they haven't been above 90, or was it 89%? In 8 years, because they opened 9 years ago. So, so you can see casinos establishing themselves. So there's known business practices and there's some new ones. And then, you have several available, probably, might be even several near you, like in Ohio. There's a lot of them. Iowa, I think, has the most. There's at least one casino within an hour of every resident of Iowa. And so you have options, with more and more casinos, you have options. And so you need to choose which one's best. And sometimes best is, like for me, if it's got a good buffet, right? Sometimes it's not about winning money. Sometimes it's about whether or not it has what you want, a variety of things. Let me get to the questions. Many casinos are promoting online slots. What are your thoughts on them? I hate them, honestly. There's no business practices. There's no I mean, as far as I can tell, they're perfectly random. The odds never change. So, if you enjoy spending 93%, I mean, I would be interested in knowing, what are the rules? What are the gaming regulations? Is there any protections? I would want to know what the rules are, but there is no reason to have a busy night on Friday night by having a promotion, because there's no promotions with online slots, for car giveaway or, free buffet. It's not available. So it's just uniform odds. I don't see why it wouldn't. And I'm not interested in losing money. If you enjoy online slots, I'd also like to walk away from a casino. Online, it's just always available. I like to go and do it, leave, think about it, go back. And online doesn't really feel like that way to me. So my personal opinion is I've never been big on online slots. I don't see the advantage plays. And I worry that I don't see the gaming regulations either. And that's my thoughts. Right. I know a Buffalo Grand pays out when its progressive reaches between 16K to 17K. Yeah, there you go. Now, advantage players would say, don't share that. But it can be like $1,000 difference between the top number and the bottom number. Somebody wins the progressive, it drops down 1,000. And that's the range. I mean, I used to think that it was, $10,000 difference. But now it's on even the, 2,000, progressive slot machine, progressive jackpot is $2,000. It might be $1,800 to $2,100. It might be $300 difference. But, pays for gas if you win. Okay. I'm trying to understand Richard's comment. Only one casino equals isolated, usually lesser payouts, casino hopping, looser slots. I think an easier way, or at least the way I think about these things is if you are in, let's see, eastern Idaho, there is a casino. The next nearest casino is 400 miles away. All right. You are a captive. You don't have too many choices, so they can kind of do what they want. But then the state steps in, with the gaming compacts, I think it's tribal casino, and says, you must at least pay back this much. Now, but I don't think it's necessarily always that way. So far, every example I've found has been that way, where if it's isolated, it's not competitive. That's the term. Right? It's not competitive because it doesn't have to be. It's out in the middle of nowhere, and people who live there don't have an option. But on the other hand, if you go to Mackinac Island, I'm originally from Michigan. If you go to, not Mackinac Island, Mackinac City, at the Mackinac Bridge, I've got my map here of Michigan, the thumb area, and then above, there's another peninsula up here that kind of looks like this. Right? Michigan. Up here, at the top of the mitten, is Mackinac City at the bridge that goes across to the Upper Peninsula. That Mackinac City is kind of in the middle of nowhere. I know that its nearest big city is like 50 miles away, maybe a little bit more. But they've got the best food the best burgers. I mean, seriously, the best breakfast. You should try it. It's amazing. So if you are isolated, it's for the casinos so far, everything seems to be tighter slots. But I have to wonder if there's not a casino out there that's isolated and it's the best ever. I'm still kind of looking. Greener Pastures says, never played online. I had no interest. Yeah. I was talking about playing tanks, World of Tanks. And I just enjoy the heck out of that. I've always played games, video games. I've always enjoyed it, but slots? I mean, there was, Caesars had this online slots, program. And I, social slots, not real money slots, social slots. And I got to level 1 million, and I was winning this and that, and none of it meant anything. And I was just like, this is boring. It's not the same as being in a casino. Now, online slots may have that real money kick to it or whatever, but I just can't. I got nothing. Besides which, I don't see the advantage play. That's what's been of interest to me. And that's what I'm sharing with you guys. Never played online. Greener Pasture says, I had no interest. Always thought it would keep homebound people entertained, to keep their dollars, to take their dollars. Yeah, that is, you're right. You're right, Greener Pastures. There is a business practice in place with online slots, which is if you go to the casino, they will take your money. That's how they keep the lights on. But online slots is an opportunity to take it from you all day long, anytime you're near Wi-Fi. And I just don't see the advantage for the players. I see the advantage for the casinos, and I don't see the other. And whenever I've seen an advantage for the casino, I've always been able to work out, how do I turn that against them, right? And one way or another. And online, it's just like unfair. Have you ever heard about privacy policy, right? For all the privacy stuff that's taking place, you may not know about that, but on websites, there's a lot of privacy policy updates. And my internet lawyer shared with me, he says, we have to write fair privacy policies. We can't write it such that I win. You have no rights. I have all the rights. My lawyer's like, no, it's got to be fair. Otherwise, if anything were to happen, the judge would see it and just toss it out. If it's not balanced, it's not a privacy policy. So I don't see online casinos being balanced. And I think the reason why it's not balanced is, where's the gaming regulations? Where's the protections? At least fairness. I'm not saying it's not fair. I'm just saying, prove it. Okay. Newest Wise Virgin Richard says, I knew a slot that hit its progressive twice a weekend. Mistake is programming. That was what. Yeah. Casinos make mistakes. Watch for them. Take advantage. Don't tell anybody. So you could take advantage longer, or tell people after. Davian, have you ever been to any of the Four Winds casinos in Indiana or Michigan? I don't think so. Mackinac City has one, but it's Oneda, Oneda. And then I've been to, not Rising Star, that's Indiana. Yeah. Is it Rising Star? But that's not the one that you asked about. I don't think I've been to a Four Winds. I want to go to South Bend, Indiana. That has a Class 2. That's the nearest casino with Class 2 games. And I'm getting all these questions from the Oklahoma group about Oklahoma slots community, professorslots.com. I'll type that in. Well, every state has a Facebook group. It's private, professorslots.com/FB, and then the 2-letter designation for the state. And if you go there, you'll find a group of people from that who are interested in gambling, playing slots in that state, and we chat about different issues for that state. Oklahoma is very busy. Washington, other states are also very busy. And places like Maine has one guy. And I'm like, I'll work on getting you people. Yeah, right. If there's programming mistakes, but Richard says if there's programming mistakes, then it's to your advantage. Up to a point. If you were to tilt the machine, they don't really have. I know you know all about this, not everybody else does. If you tilt a machine, it's like the old bingo machine, pinball machines. You tilt it, and it ceases operation. So if the machine fails, and they double check things more and more the higher the jackpots, then you don't get the jackpot because the machine failed. You hear about these things in the news. Okay, Catherine, Ontario, Canada online for money slots have a payout of 95% payout, they say. Yes, that's the sort of thing I want to know about. Lois and Dave may still be here. They're from Canada, and they may know more about this. They clued me in on the Ontario Gaming Commission, a Crown agency, and they publish these, gaming regulations. It's not U.S. law; it's Canadian law, so you have to read it with that in mind. How does it apply per province? And it seemed all very clear and all very fair, and a lot more responsible gambling sections. That seems perfectly reasonable. But again, 95% isn't winning. It's pretty good. But how do I make it over 100%? So if you want to play, please enjoy. I'm trying to help you stretch your dollar, and I just don't see anything I have to offer. So there's two opinions. One is I'm not really personally into online slots because I don't see anything useful there. The second part of very similar to related to that, I don't have anything to say to you about it because I don't see anything useful there. So if I ever find out anything about online slots where there's an advantage, I'll be happy to tell you. So far, I've looked and nothing. Okay, you have to live in Ontario though. Catherine says you have to live in Ontario though, per her bud Seamus. Still boring, I think. To each his own. I'm sure online slots is fun for people. The social stuff was enjoyable. I mean, I like Tetris too. Yeah. Lois says, or Dave, we enjoy the live casino atmosphere. Haven't done online though. Yeah, right. I need reasons to get out. If I want to be at home, I'll play World of Tanks. I could spend my money there. Online slots, the social stuff was fun, but then it was just sort of like empty. Now, are there circumstances under which I would do online slots? Yeah, if I lived in a state which had smoking, I live in Ohio. I mostly go to Ohio. It's far more than others. But I do go to others for you guys to do reviews. But as far as regular, I have a real smoke, allergies to smoke, cigarette smoke, cigar smoke, and I have difficulty breathing at night if it gets too bad. And not too bad, but it's just annoying, and clothes stinking and all that. And I just don't. If I lived in an environment where I had that, I'd be like, well, maybe I'd do online slots instead of like smelling like an ashtray and not being able to breathe and at night occasionally if it gets really bad. Let's see. And so did I cover everything I wanted to cover about Advantage Plays? It was Steve, I believe, that had the question. So I talked about how modern casinos have these casino business practices, and there's ways you can turn them on their head, and that's my winning slot strategies. Let me see if I can. So I have a category on my webpage of winning slot strategies that I figured out. Understand, and I just put the link into the notes. It's professorslots.com/category/strategies. And if it's 7-8 different articles about the different slot strategies that I've figured out. Not all the little minor stuff, but it's enough to make an article like this end of year things and other stuff. You might want to take a look at that. Understand that a casino may do one of them. may do none of them, may do a couple of them, but don't expect every casino to do every one of them. Tribal casinos, I don't see how any tribal casino will ever be sold, for instance. So there's no bump up before the sell to figure out. Don't even have to worry about it. Tribe owns it. Not changing ownership. But if it's a commercial casino, that's the sort of thing you might want to watch out for and keep your nose, listen for, I was going to say nose to the grindstone, but, listen for that sort of thing. And then you might understand ebb and flow of loose versus tight at the casino. But the last thing I wanted to say about advantage plays, and I have said this kind of from the beginning, is sooner or later, whatever advantage play that you're figured out will stop working. It's either moved on, the casino's business practice has changed because, it's staying with the times, or too many people figured it out and they shut it down. Whatever the reason, advantage plays, if you know anything about advantage plays, know this. They stop eventually. So an advantage player has several advantage plays, some they're working to figure out, some they've figured out, some that are expired and they're sort of like keep them in their back pocket to see if they ever come back. And they cycle through advantage plays to see what works. And they're always trying to figure out the next one. And not all of them end up being advantage plays. The idea here is whatever money they invest into an advantage play, they hope to recoup it on the overall. Otherwise, they're not making money. And so just remember, advantage plays stop. It's just part of advantage plays. So that's what I wanted to say about advantage plays, and we are out of time. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays. I will see you on Saturday. Don't worry about being here. You can check the recording later. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. As usual, where is the option to go live? Stream is healthy. Anybody want to? Okay. Another 20-second delay. Anybody want to comment? Make sure that you can see me. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Live chat. 3 viewers. Okay. Yeah. So I see an image and I see that I'm live and I see I have a 20-second delay and all the usual fun and enjoyment of being live on YouTube. So welcome everybody. Today is January 28th. I'd like to welcome the people that are viewing right now, all 4 of you, and should climb rapidly as it has in the past as more people come in. I also wanted to say hello to everybody in the podcast. I'm recording this. Hey, Steve. I wanted to say hello to everybody on the podcast. Welcome. And people viewing this, listening to this in the future. Excellent. Hey, Steve. Thank you, Steve, for telling me that you can see me. I have seen you on your photos. Some nice wins there. I meant to ask you, was that your first taxable jackpot, the one that you showed me? I know you were... I think it was you that was interested in having a taxable jackpot. I may have this totally wrong. I'm sorry if I've got this turned around. Okay, so we may have some extra people here today. There was a tweet that went out trying to tell everybody, within the hour before we go live. And one of the influencers retweeted me. So Steve Maggi from Vegas Never Sleeps, a podcast and radio show that's been around for a long time. He happened to mention it, so we'll see what the numbers are. Okay, so what I wanted to, well, first off, hey, Happy New Year. I know we've got a few more days to go, but this will be the last live session for 2019. And I think our next one is scheduled for the Saturday. I think it's the 4th of January. So Happy New Year. Otherwise, I hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas, if you celebrate Christmas. Happy holidays if you didn't. And safe travels and all of that. Steve, I was certain I had that wrong. Yes, 57 hand pays this year. Yes, how could I be more wrong? It does happen. It can happen. I admit that it can happen. I try to reduce it as much as possible. Okay, so end of the year. We shall see how many people actually do come in today, but it being the end of the year and holidays and et cetera. But I hope everybody had a good holiday, and I hope everybody has a wonderful new year. So let's, I'll start talking about players clubs, because I've been getting a lot of questions lately, and I wrote an article on this. What I should do is grab the URL. And I'll drop that into the chat so you can see an article I wrote. If you read my book, then you've seen some of the content that's there. But some of the questions, it's interesting. I have a lot of thoughts about players clubs and my own experiences with players clubs. But as I develop these, I have these communities, which I should show you as well. I'll grab that. For those who are on the podcast, I just provided a link called professorslots.com/players-clubs. And that's an article on my website, which is free to everybody. And you might be interested in taking a look at that, because it's kind of the starting point for our conversation today. When I look at I also wanted to provide a summary article, which is professorslots.com/online-resource. And I'll just share that as well here in the chat, the live chat in the YouTube question and answer session. So those two things have led me to understand players clubs a little better. People's concerns about players clubs. There's both concerns, there's not concerns. It's an interesting mix. Some people are concerned about putting their players club card into the machine because it'll mean that they'll lose. And if you've listened to or watched the previous Q&As, there was a brief mention of this a couple of sessions ago. And my response was, in official gaming regulations, where the gaming regulation, jurisdictions where the gaming regulations are excellent, like every U.S. state that allows gambling, it's not a concern if the slot machine covers that topic. I mean, if the slot machine is covered by the gaming regulations. You might say, why wouldn't it be? Well, there are Class 2, which is covered by a different set of gaming regulations, perhaps not so laboratory tested. And then there's things like historic horse racing, HHR. Kentucky has those. I think Montana has tried them. And this is a non-tribal Class 2. It's not even a Class 2, really. And there are some concerns that they don't fall under it doesn't fall under gaming regulations, minor gaming regulations at best. And, those are there to protect you. That's why they exist, and those gaming regulations. So people have been telling me in Kentucky that when they use their card in these HHR machines, it seems as though they lose more. And I trust that they know. So many people would say this, tells me that there might be something going on. But I also trust the state to enforce gaming regulations. But when there are none, there's nothing to enforce. So I worry about that. Just to expand this a little bit further, there's an area that I I feel fairly proficient at this point on all U.S. gaming jurisdictions, including our U.S. territories. I've been studying them for a couple of years now, and every week, putting time into reviewing the slots, including gaming regulations for that gaming jurisdiction. Even Utah has a gaming jurisdiction. It's basically in their constitution, and it has the words prohibited. Gambling is prohibited. So that's the length of their gaming regulations. But I still call it a jurisdiction. But I did get contacted by a young woman in the Philippines who, I don't know if you know, but on the international scene, it's kind of wiggy. I don't know. Is that an actual word? In the Philippines, there's a huge amount of growth in slot machines. The most amount of growth, the gaming industry is booming, and it is the most growth anywhere right now in the world, in the Philippines. Maker and training. Hey, if you guys have kids and want to have projects with them, take a look at the YouTube channel Maker and Training. You want to share your link to your website or your YouTube channel? That would be awesome. Okay, so if you have, I expect we are global. I am global. I like to tell people, my sense of humor, I hope you appreciate it because it's the only one I have. I like to tell people I'm big in Australia. There's like 7 people there that follow me. So from some of the statistics that I get. So I am fairly focused on the U.S. because that's where my attention has been, but we'll have to expand to global. You're welcome. And we'll have to see what's going on there and try to help people around the world, fruit machines in the UK and otherwise. Okay, so one of the things, because there's a lot that I don't know about the international scene. There's what I'm trying to understand better. I understand slots in the U.S., but I don't understand people's problems as much as I need to and want to, so I can answer questions. And there's been questions lately about players clubs. First off, the question has always been, and probably always will be, that can you trust to put your player's card into the interface on a slot machine, class 3 Las Vegas style slot machine, no question, putting it in, will it affect your play? And there's a couple of different ways this question will go, but the majority of the ways this question will go would be, can they tell if I'm going to win? And the answer is no, because it's a separate system, for one thing. For another, how do I put this? Nobody knows in advance of winning. On some of the Class 2 Vegas style, based on scratch tickets. Truly, it's based on scratch tickets. The state lottery, I think it's Washington and Oregon, is based on scratch tickets, not draw tickets. So there's only a certain number of them. But again, it's a lot of things going on, and nobody can track it. So there's no worries there. Someone said that there's something I can do here to remind myself of something. Maybe not. In any case, someone said it's crazy that the international scene is booming so much. Well, the U.S. scene is booming so much. I've been writing articles on every state. It's the only reason I use my YouTube channel for a long time, just to embed videos on my website. It's not the proper use of a YouTube channel, although some people do that. And my goodness, it is a lot of things are going on. There's a lot of casinos. It takes 3-4 years to build a casino. It's a big structure. It's a big building. And it takes more than that to get approvals, and there's licenses, which are like $40 million licenses. It's just a crazy amount of money. And it's helping. The intent is that it would help the gaming jurisdiction. In the U.S., that would be a state. If you look at the history, they talk about understanding history, or you might repeat it. One of the things that's pretty fascinating is prohibition, American prohibition, 1931 to 35. And before that, we had fruit machines. Slot machines were actually vending machines for gum. You would play a game and you would win a flavor of gum. And it would spit out, and the bar symbol is actually like, imagine a Wrigley's gum sort of logo shape. That's what a bar is. It's a gum logo. The manufacturer of the slot machine that made the gum and the slot machine. So that was put in place because people really got upset about the gambling, and they chose to shut it down, just as they were about drinking and alcohol. And so when speakeasies began to open, the slot machines went into that, and the gum went away, and it became, cash prizes or cigars from the bar, beer from the bar, or whatever. In the speakeasy, the rewards were what the speakeasy could provide, and the gum went away, and it boomed. Okay, it's that time period was American Prohibition, but with the speakeasies having slot machines, and everybody had one, everybody wanted one, you had a boom in the economy, the manufacturing of slot machines. It's called the golden age of slot machines, and it went worldwide. Particularly afterwards, because afterwards you had World War II, early 40s, and before that, before the U.S. got involved, and people needed countries, governments needed income. And they saw that this is an opportunity to tax gaming. And when it's in a speakeasy, when it's illegal gaming, it's like sports betting. The reason why why sports betting is so popular? Well, people are doing it. I mean, let's move past why people bet on sports. But people are betting on sports. And if you don't legalize it, then the government isn't getting its 35%. They're not getting their taxes off that income. And they're like, that's not right. They get their share. So let's not make it illegal. Let's make it legal and get the money so that they can fund programs. That's the ideal, and it can happen. It can also not happen because people can misunderstand things, and we can talk about that in another session. But that's true for international, countries, not just federal for the United States, but also each state. And so a lot of states are pushing this because it is a way to get income. And it's not of huge interest to you guys, but I should mention that some of the U.S. territories, which are, U.S. There's 6 of them. Some of them are in really rough shape. These are little islands, island territories, multiple islands. Think Hawaii or smaller. But Hawaii is a state, of course, absolutely. But some of the other territories are about the same size, a little larger, a little smaller. And the economy is not as, they try to do stuff with tourism, like Hawaii's been so successful at. And sometimes they're just naval bases. Sometimes they're just armed forces, bases, various bases. And there's not a lot of, the economy is pretty rough. Slot wins. One of the questions I'm asked is, how much do you have to play using your player's card to get a host, and how do you interact? What's the process? Right. The process for, okay, I'll finish up what I was sort of talking about when I didn't get on a tangent, when I got on a tangent there. I would say use your player's card. I remember a time, 2004, when people, we didn't have these, cards for our grocery store. People were suspicious of using one of those. Why would we want to use one of those? They could track what we buy for food. And that's all gone away. A lot of people have that. It's a convenience at this point, but there was a lot of paranoia. So when you, I would say use the cards. It's to your benefit. Some people don't make a profit at gambling except with what they get from the players' cards, in part because maybe they spend all their winnings, and that's what they have left at the end of the year is the blankets and the TVs and the cruises and the whatnots. So the idea here is use your card. First and foremost, use your card. If you use your card, then you will earn points. There's usually two different kinds of points, and they're related. And I'm speaking for all players' clubs, okay? 2 sessions ago, I talked about advantage plays. 1 session ago, talked about advantage plays, and you have this cashback reward on your credit card, where the more you spend, even if you repay it and spend it again, repay it and spend it again, like you have a business where you make purchases and earn income, you can get a lot of cash back. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, only it comes in points and you get to choose. So there's different, let me give you an example. You spend $5 and you get a point. You spend $5, you get a point. You are on a slot machine, your card is in, you bet, a dollar bet, let's say, and maybe 100 credits at a penny machine. You make a dollar bet. You do that 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on the 5th one, you win $1. Okay. No, excuse me. You win $5. Let's say you win $5. Okay. Well, then you play that. And before it's over, you win $5. So you play that. And before it's over, you bet that $5. And before that's over, you win another $5. You spend that as well. And now you've got 5 points. And you've got $5, just like you started with. And so the process goes. It's called bankroll cycling. Now, maybe you're down to $4, maybe you're up to $6, but you are making, you're spending money, even if it's money you've just won, and that accumulates these points. Now, for every 100 points you might, that you've won, so you spent $500, but you might have won $5 100 times. So it's not as extreme as you might think. And that's the point here. You can spend a lot of money by going into the casino with $20. You might spend $300-$400. You might get 60 points from that $20 because unless you just put it in the slot machine and you just lose, which is, don't do that. Thanks, Dean. I'll get to your question in just a moment. I'm currently in my long-winded answer. Now, you earn points. In the Players Club, it's actually broken up into tier levels. You don't see this in Airline Loyalty Club. Oh, you do sort of see it there. You don't see this at the Kroger Club card, the grocery store card, but you might see it on a airline, a Delta or whatever. You have diamond status, and so you can move up in tiers. I understand that there is a Modern Family episode which explains a lot of this. If you follow that television show, that was a couple of years ago. Anyway, I helped all my friends understand what I was talking about. So you earn points. You spend money, you earn points. You win money, spend that, you earn points. You're earning points. Every 100 points might be $1. That you could actually pull from the system and spend. Now, it might not seem like, you spent $500 to get 100 points, and then from that you get $1 in cash or slots play that you could use. That's basically the setup. You got 3 different numbers. How much you put in. Well, actually, there's 4 different numbers. How much you put in, how many points you earned, and then how many equivalent dollars that might be. Now, when you're in the Players Club, you can also sometimes get multipliers when you're as part of your comps. Okay, so you do that for a little while, and if you might be playing $2,000 and you might be winning $2,000 every once in a while, you would accumulate points, and when you get to 10,000 points, then you might become the next tier. You might not be the beginner tier. You might be the next tier or the one after that. Now, This is where I have to take a step back and say, in a players club at your casino, how many tiers, how many levels are there? You have to find out. There's usually 4, sometimes 5 tier levels, with the top tier being difficult to get. I spent, how do I put this? I'll just say it straight up. I got $120,000 in hand pays. A couple of years, but let's just focus on 1 year, because your tier status lasts for 1 year, for the year that after you earn it. So you spend the whole year getting up to a top tier, and then the next year you're top tier. And if you want to have it the next year, you have to do it again. As a top tier. And read the article. This is all very succinctly explained there. But you need to find out from your casino what the Players Club rules are. And you need to find the brochure that explains how many points it takes to get to the next tier. You actually have to invest in this. You have to perhaps choose a casino near you that would have the best Players Club. I talk about assessing nearby casinos when you have several choices, which one would be best for you. You might want to choose a casino with a players club that actually is maybe a Caesars Entertainment or an MGM, something where you can travel and find another casino with the same players card. You get a lot of these isolated casinos where their players club is only good for your spot. And then you get the stuff in between, like Rivers Casino, which is Sugar House in Pennsylvania and Rivers in Pittsburgh. And then you get these, they're also connected to a few others across the nation. And you put a big investment in Players Club, and you want to make the most of it if you travel. So now, when you there's two things that, so I'm still answering Steve Slotswin's question, which is hosts. I got to top tier from the bottom tier in 6 weeks. All right. Knew nothing about tiers. I mean, very, very, very little. And I was winning. I was winning, and I was spending, and I was winning, and I was spending, and I was winning. And I just blew through those. Not that I was even recognizing it. Poor fellow, came over to me, Justin and friend of Bubba, and the high limit players, and they're like, I want to go get the new card. And I'm like, really? Does that matter? And they're like, yeah, it really does matter. And turns out, there's the cruises and all the other stuff, and the status and the short lines and all of that. But I also got an executive host, a senior executive host, because we're talking a lot of money there. And the casino would assign an individual to you. Now, when I researched this, I talked to my senior executive host, who happened to be the host manager at that casino, and it was a Horseshoe at the time. It's changed since then twice, but a friendly guy, and he told me that he had 900 people that he would check on, but a lot of them would just be visiting once or twice a year to the Cincinnati area, and basically he asked me all kinds of questions. What do you like? What kind of food do you like? What kind of, do you sports games? What restaurants do you, what kind of music do you like? They took me to dinner, and $100 meals, and each of us, and they just wanted to get to know me so that they can satisfy my needs, I guess. That was a very strange experience. But when you get a host, and I got one at top tier, would I have been able to? That's the one thing. That's one way to do this. Go to top tier and you'll get assigned a host. I went to the next casino and I asked if there was hosts. There was hosts, but there was only a couple of them. Wasn't as thorough as Caesars Rewards, Total Rewards at the time was, seemed like. This is what I meant by the small casino players club, where there might be one person, who also does the Christmas decorations. And so, you might not be able to get as much from them, might not be as thorough, getting to know your interests and all that, and trying to be friends and calling you up to let you know of offers and all of this. But then there's the other side of things, which is if you're not top tier, there used to be a office that you could go knock on. And I certainly, when I was talking to my hosts, they would always be interrupted by a whole line of people who were like, well, I'm not top tier, but I understand that you can help me. Can you get me stuff? And so you'll have people who aren't at top tier coming in and meeting the hosts, and like the not senior executive host. I just stood and watched this so many times. They would come in and they'd be like, I just spent $200. What you going to do about it? Like, well, you came here and you gambled and you lost. By the way, I'm not saying it right. They're much more professionally. I just said several terrible things that would have been waiting to be jumped on. And I just, it was such a scramble. And they were like, well, I need to talk to the senior executive host. Well, I understand why you would want to, but no, that's not going to happen, sort of things. And so, be polite when you talk to the hosts. Someday they will be assigned to you, which is an entirely different experience. And that's what happens when you get to the top tier. Sometimes it can happen when you're second to the top tier. And that's how that works. Was there anything else about hosts that would be useful? I think I got all to the questions. See, when you have a host, then you interact, and they'll call you up and want to make sure you don't miss something. And they're genuinely helpful. This is not about them trying to get you to come in and spend money. You're already doing that. They're there to sincerely help you. The one thing I wanted to explain, the interaction between seeing a host and saying, I wonder if this, as a player, low tier player, everybody starts there. If you see this person and you try to get them to do stuff for you versus they come to a high limit player and say, I'm here to help you. One of the best ways I know how to describe that is I go into a casino. I put my player's club card in. Within 30 seconds, there's a person in a suit standing next to me saying, is there anything I can do to you? Do for you. I took my manager from my day job to work, from work to the casino, where I was trying to learn stuff. I took my day job manager to my evening hobby, which turned into a business, and did that. Put the card in, and 32 seconds later, Shauna showed up, and he's like, where are you? You were late. And I was like, back off. She's got a little baby and, this and that. And hosts are like family. Right. And I guess that's basically the process. If you have specific questions about hosts, I'm talking kind of to a general audience here. If you have specific questions, like for instance, I had a host, the gentleman the first one decided to do a career change. Wanted to get more into the executive side of stuff, and I got a new senior executive host, and we did not hit it off. You're looking for somebody that you have chemistry with, that you can relate to, and there are not good hosts out there. So we can, if you have questions like how to switch hosts and stuff, just let me know. Can casinos control the payout percentage on Keno machines? Well, the answer to your question is the word machine. Is the Keno going to be a bunch of balls in a cage rolling around and a ball comes out? Then not really. It's like controlling the odds of poker when you're playing cards. You can change, is it Texas Hold'em or is it Mississippi, whatever? You can change the rules of the game, and then that's how you control the payout percentage when it's physical like that. But if the Keno is electronic, and I don't mean the display, but I mean where are the numbers picked? Is it a ball coming out of a cage with a bunch of other balls? In which case, all they can do is adjust the number of balls, which is not something they do for Keno. So if they electronically pick them, like you play poker and it's a card game and the rules of the game are the only way to change the payout returns. Then you go and you play the same game on a video poker machine. It's not the same game. Even if it has the same rules, it's not the same game because it's an electronic device which can be adjusted. And it's not determined by shuffling and the random universe. It's determined by electronics, which are trying to simulate that, and these things are adjustable. So look at your Keno and find out whether, find the drawing and see if it's a bunch of balls being pulled out of a cage with others, in which case all they can do is just change the rules of the game. Thanks, Dean. Slot wins, going to the next chat message. So I'll try to say the chat messages for the people listening later on the podcast. Those that are watching this later, there is a live chat window which will be available later. If you have to scroll to that point in the video in order to see, like if I were to put a link out there right now, you'd have to wait until where are we at? We're a bunch of minutes. We're 33 minutes, 25 seconds in. So you would only see that chat message at this time point or after, and it would continue to scroll. I hope that makes sense. In any case, let's see. Right. Great answer. Thank you. So this chat messages are Slotwin says, great answer. Thank you. I'm a gold card at MGM. Anybody else want to comment about being a gold card at MGM? Feel free to drop that into the chat. So not a top tier. However, I still contact him and ask for useful things. It's a bit limited, but very useful. Absolutely. You don't have to be top tier, but it gets harder the lower tier you are. Easier the higher tier you are. At the top tier, it was pretty special. Hello, sir. Anything you need, sir. Think harder about what you want, sir. We're here to help. And I'm like, me? What? And so it was interesting meeting executives from the casino. Oh, I've heard about you. Anyway, pretty special and rare, as special things sometimes are. But you can still find them useful for at the next tier down and even answering questions. They're probably the most knowledgeable people at the casino. Because one of the things I wanted to say is I'm giving you gold here. All right. If you go to the counter, get a brochure about the Players Club. Okay. You can try asking the person at the counter, but they don't know. Honestly, they don't know. Think about it. How could they? As an employee, they cannot gamble at that casino. They could gamble at other casinos not owned by that casino. So they might know somebody else's Players Club, but not their own, unless they read the brochure. So they don't know it like you know it. So just I was a bit surprised by that, but get the brochure. Maybe sometimes on the website, it'll tell you what the tier levels are. But there's so much that they don't tell you. There's really, seriously, the cruise? What cruise? There's a cruise? I didn't know there was a cruise. And, they gave me a piece of paper that was photocopied. You ever seen one of those pieces of paper that was photocopied many, many times? And it was like folded 4 times and it was kind of like got creases in it and stuff. And this is like, they're like, here you go. Here's the telephone number 800 number for sign up for the cruise. And, you get one free one and this and that and the other thing. And I'm like, oh, all right. Can't send me an email. Anyway, it's so some of these Players Clubs, and that was Caesar's Rewards. That was Total Rewards back before it was called that before that. And I thought, you really do have to learn the Players Club at your place, and it's not clear. Talk to other people at your tier level at these dinners that you offer you and connect. That's why I have, I provided professorslots.com/online-resource as a link to my Facebook groups, my Facebook, I have 56 of them, one for each state and territory, and also Professor Slots enthusiasts for kind of like the world and the nation. But go to your state, sign up, and talk to other people's in your state. And I ask everybody to share what their favorite casino is and why it's their favorite casino. And then you'll be able to say, hey, are you top tier? I'm top tier. Are you lower tier? I'm lower, what's your tier status? And, what's the best way to wring the most out of these people, these players clubs? And that's what, in part, what those state by state Facebook groups are, and seems to be working on some of them. I got my first member of the Alaska slot machine gambling. You can just go to Facebook and look up state name, slot machine casino gambling, and you'll find us. But I've got my first one in Alaska, and I'm so happy for them. They have an antique slot machine. It's not antique. It's like 1970s, has electrical power that they want to get repaired. So I'm trying to help them. All right. So post compensation work related to the players they represent. Steve asked the question, post compensation work related to the players they represent. I'm not quite sure what your question is. How does the host compensation work in relation to players' wins and losses? The host is I've had a couple of conversations with a couple of different hosts. The one at Foxwoods that helped with Gamblepalooza April last year, Cousin Vito's Casino podcast, we ran it that year, and they've been wanting to do another one. When I talked to that host, he seemed pretty clear that he's an employee of the casino. They're not compensated more or less. It's his job to interface. Now, these are whales, okay? We tipped him. I mean, this is a lot of people, a lot of podcasts, a lot of conversations on gambling are not about slots. And I'm filling a niche by doing this. One of the things that you might find on a poker podcast or a blackjack podcast, or where they talk about table games, is how do you tip? And it's with dealers. We don't have dealers. We have slot technicians. I shouldn't say technicians. Slot attendants, floor managers, and hosts. Floor managers cannot be tipped. I don't know if you knew this. They are there to provide oversight on any hand pay that's $10,000 or more, and they have other roles having to do with supervising the slot attendants, the ones who come over. So you get 2 slot attendants to verify the hand pay, but one of them has to be a floor manager if it's $10,000 or more. One of these things that you pick up with experience. And so the host can be tipped, and they don't tell me what they're tipped. So we are talking about our casino hosts for Players Club programs at casinos. The Super Channel is, what are we talking about? We're talking about Players Clubs. The specific question that we're being asked, and you can follow this in the chat, is how is the host compensated by a casino? Rather, how is the host compensated at all in relation to players' wins and losses? And they're not. They are an employee of the casino, and they have a job to do. There is the possibility of tips, and that is not insignificant when we're talking about whales, but we cannot tip floor managers. We can tip, and I encourage people to tip slot attendants every time you get a hand pay, or otherwise when they bring you a drink, a couple dollars for a drink. That will work. But I actually never did. I never tipped my host. They never asked, and I never did. I wonder if they can actually be tipped. Now, their performance. I think has to do with people coming in. The host that I had, the senior executive host that I had, said he had 900 people that he was working with who come to the casino, but not all of them are locals. Not nearly all of them are locals. If he can get them to come in, if he can raise his percentage, because as soon as you put your Players Club card in, you know if he was successful or not. That's the compensation. But I don't think it's going to be wins and losses. The Super Channel. Is the casino, do people yell swearing if they lose? In the casino, do people yell swearing if they lost? You mean we are slots? Okay. If you push a button and you don't win, you can get up from the machine and go play another slot machine, or you can bet again. We don't yell when we bet and lose. Now, we can certainly yell when we win, and you could probably hear us throughout the casino. But I never did. In fact, there's the machine will yell. There is, if you've ever played a slot machine, and hopefully you have, and you won something, it does something called, the term is called roll up. So it will ding, 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 ding if you won 5 credits. Ding, 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 ding if you won 10 credits. If you won 3,000 credits, the dinging can go on for a while. And there's lights, there's more sounds, it plays music, and it flashes lights, and it gets to be pretty darn dramatic. Unless you press a button, which terminates the roll-up. And it might get one ding out of me, but I usually caught it before the first ding because I wasn't interested in having a crowd around me. I don't want people to gather around me. Sometimes they would, which was another weird experience. Go with somebody to watch your back. Usually they're pretty friendly. All it takes is one, though. And when you're winning, they get kind of upset. We could talk about that. But they can. So no, there's no yelling if we lose. We lose all the time. But we win 90% of the time. But it might be 100 bets and one win. Hopefully not. Move to a different machine if you're doing something like that. No. What does happen when people are sitting at a machine? There is a lot of praying going on. You also see people being pretty aggressive. I've talked to slot attendants who like, why is this machine broken? It looks like it's cracked, windows cracked, glass is cracked. And yeah, people punched it. So you get, there was one gentleman, used the term loosely, drunk off his whatever. And it was crowded night and everybody's, the game had just gotten out. The baseball game had just gotten out and it was just crowds of people. And I'm just sitting there winning and winning and winning. And him and his girlfriend, and if she'd had a drink, she might've had one, but she was just steering him around because he was just belligerent. And, you put a fist through a slot machine. I mean, he didn't, but others have. I haven't been there for that. I've seen people punch things and it didn't break. And you get that usual kind of behavior. So, but when you see that, it isn't because they lost. I mean, I think you're a table game player. If you make a $10,000 bet or a $5,000 bet or a $1,000 bet, or a $500 bet, you can't do that in slots. You're doing that at a table game. I can see where you might swear for that, I guess. In a case, if you were, I think I've seen a $500 slot machine. Certainly there's almost every casino has a $100 one. You're going to swear, but you lose $100. Anyway. Right. So slot machines, players clubs, questions. We have a bunch of people on the stream. Let me make sure all our health is good, and that's great. 8 people. So, tell me, what have you wanted at a casino through the Players Club as a member of a Players Club? What interesting things have you won? I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. So put that into the chat. What have you won at a casino? Some of the things, I had to have like a spare bedroom for the stuff. I kind of accumulated things for a little while, and then Christmas came along, and I regifted, all these nice boxes, all the best thoughts that people at the casino could come up with, glass pitchers and a glass drinking cups and pitchers to go with it, a set. Just photo after photo after photo. Some of these are on my Facebook profile, where the other place I'm going live right now. And if you go through some of the old photos, I just try to take a picture of everything, blankets and stuff. Wise Virgin says, Richard, I think, I played a friend's player's card and out came their host to greet me. Oops, they know everything. I don't know if there's actually any rules against that, because one thing that can happen is spouses can, who both like to play slots, will use each other's cards. In this way, if you can build, you can put all of that play onto one card, and because you're married, that kind of works. And then, but you have to have the one, you can't cash in on the rewards if it's somebody else's card, but they could. And I hope you got properly compensated for that. Would you recommend a players club if you gamble once a year? Do points roll over? Points do not roll over. Points, not exactly. If you get a tier, and it's a one and done. So if you join a players club, you give them your social security number, you give them all your information, where you live, your email address. Some things can change, some things cannot change. If you're going to get a hand pay from the IRS, they need to know your social security number. And if you ever go back and say, oh, I'd like to get a players club card, they'll print you out another one of the account that you already have. That's one thing. So when you get signed up, you can get $20 and a free play, which comes through the interface, and you can call for it and you can play it, but you can't take it away in cash. You can only play it. Sometimes it might be 50, sometimes it might be 10. These things move around. But you have to spend the whole calendar year to get up to whatever tier level that you would reach. And then you have that tier level for the rest of the year. So let's say your first tier through April, second, then you could become second tier, and then your second tier through June, through August. In June you become third tier, and in August you become fourth tier, and then just the last week of December you become fifth tier. And do you go back to first tier the next year? No. The next year you are going to be that top tier the whole year. It took you a year minus a week to get to top tier, and then the next whole year. In fact, for Caesars Rewards, the Horseshoe properties and Caesars Entertainment properties, for me, it was actually the whole year plus about 4 months of the following year, because they want to, let's say you don't get to top tier the next year, they want to give you an opportunity for the next year to maybe not lose your status. So it usually lasts the following year and a few months into the next year, after which it drops. Now, one thing I want to mention, I just want to make sure I mention this. If you have a tier status other than the most basic, and you go to another casino which doesn't have that players club, take your players club from the previous casino to that new casino, particularly if you're top tier or even second to the top tier. Go to that new casino and say, well, I'm new here, but I'm this tier over at that program. And they'll put you at a probationary status at a higher level. And you sort of have to prove, you have to spend money and win or whatever to sort of maintain it. But they won't put you all the way down to the bottom tier. They'll bump you up a little bit. And if you're top tier, they might make you fourth tier. at other casinos. So if you win, if you get to top tier at any players club, take that to the other casinos, and temporarily, unless you maintain it, you'll drop back down. But you can use that to go to a lot of different other players clubs and be fourth tier, which might get you a host. So when you get to top tier in any one program, that's actually valuable in other ways, other casinos. Questions. So would I recommend a players club if you gamble once a year? I would recommend it for just getting that free play at $20. $20 is $20. You can only spend it on a slot machine or in the store or something. And that's what you get for signing up. Now, what happens if you were to win? I mean, and do you know if you're not going to gamble for the rest of the year? Accumulate the points as soon as possible, and you have it. You don't even have to keep the card. You just go back in and have them print you out another card. Wise Virgin was lucky to be given a VIP 7 stars card, but says companion on it. Get to eat free in the VIP lounge and the free valet parking. I was 7 stars. Right, couple of years, 2-3 years, and then it kind of became less than it was, and I decided to do this business and not do high limits as much and learn more about non-high limits for you guys. So that progression occurred. But when I was high with seven stars, I got a companion card. A companion card is you can pick one individual for the year, the calendar year, to have that card, and they can get some of the perks of the 7 cards. Remember, I went to my annual dinner or annual trip and I chose Las Vegas, 4th of July. And the second time I took my sister, recently divorced, never stayed on the strip, stayed off strip. And she just loves that place. She goes a couple times a year. So I'm like, well, let's go. And just like where we're staying, I've got these coupons and I've got these economy places and a budget hotel. And I'm like, oh, we're staying at Caesar's Palace. We're doing what? I'm like, yeah, we got a $500 room credit and $800 in vouchers. And I got like $1,700 that we can spend at any of the Caesars properties on my points because I got $875,000 in points to get to 7 stars. And it rolled over. That will roll over. What roll over is the amount of money you have. But you have to actually put the card in the machine every 6 months. Otherwise, that goes at zero. So, yeah. So I'm just like, and she's just like blinking at me. And I'm like, oh, and here's your companion card. Let's go to the Diamond Lounge. And I think I mentioned that story before, which is, you turn the corner on a holiday where Californians come to visit on 4th of July, and you see this long wall with a long 200 people. And I'm like, okay, I got to explain how this works. And she's like, oh, we have to get in line. I'm like, actually, no, there's a short line down at the end. Nobody's in it. We're going to go there, but we're going to have to walk past these people. And I want you to think about the feeling on the back of your neck, little daggers, the 2 pairs of eyes on your back of your neck, and walking down this. And I said, you got to strut, not too much, but a little bit. And so we walked down into the entrance, and she went in, and she thought that was kind of like, yeah. I said, here, center of attention. And we went in, and there's free drinks at Caesar's Diamond Lounge, and she just went back the whole trip, right? 3 days, 4 nights, and free food, gourmet food at the Diamond Lounge. And that was all nice. Right. So the companion card is congratulations, Richard. And so what else can I wrap up here with Players Cup cards? I didn't see anybody saying what they might have gotten. The thing that I got was notification from the host. I was fourth tier, one down from the top tier, and mostly, partly I earned my way there, but I was also bumped up when I told them I was 7 stars at the nearby casino, another casino. So that combination worked out well for me. But one of the things they didn't come to the machine. It was it's now a Boyd Gaming, Belterra Park, not the Belterra Resort in Indiana, but the Belterra Park outside of Cincinnati and the Ohio side of the border. And they didn't come to the machine when I came in, but they might wander over. Usually I went and saw them over in their office. And that's, small players clubs are different from bigger ones, and bigger programs. And I went over and saw them, and they're like, hey, you're going to come to the drawing tonight. I'm like, there's a drawing? Yeah, we've been planning it promotion for like 3 months, and we had this trip and that thing at the end of the first month and another thing at the end of the third month. And now the grand prize, we're going to do the Mercedes-Benz E350 giveaway. And I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, well, you might want to think about it. I'm like, yeah. So how does it work? And they're like, well, it's a promotion. You get an entry for every $100 you spent. I'm like, really? Because I've spent a lot of money here. One more, but spent a lot. And I'm like, can you look up how many entries I have? You know, how many drawing entries I have? And she said, she looked it up, and I think the number was 237. I wrote it down in my book, but 240, about 240 entries. And I'm like, that's 240 times better than somebody who'd only spent $100 in the last 3 months. That's pretty good odds. And I got to thinking more and more about it, and I think I might talk about this next time, or one of these times, about what it's like to win a car, because it's like being a Players Club member. You know, it's not quite what you think, and the documentation isn't there. You have to talk to other people who've done it, because a casino, any employee doesn't gamble at that casino. How would they know? Do they used to gamble or something? So they're not really up in the rules, not like you are. So we have to talk to each other. And that's what we're going to talk about. That's what we talk about on the groups, for the state-by-state Facebook groups. Your state, slot machine casino gambling is the title of it, and you can search for it on Facebook if you use Facebook. Sometime we will talk about what it's like to win a car, because there's this whole interaction that takes place, and if you don't know, then you might make a wrong decision or a less than ideal decision. So, right, we are getting towards the last little bit. Any last quick questions? Please let me know. I will see you in 1 week from today, and we will get back to this. And next time, if you have a topic that you'd like to cover, do let me know. I will pick something that seems to be part of conversations and emails. If you have questions, email me. Also, I am going live. Excuse me, I am going live. I'm live right now. I am going to be putting out daily videos beginning January 1st, and I'm already towards the end of the year, or end of the month, and setting these up. So we'll see if I can endure doing that. So you should see a lot more content on this page, on this channel, that has to do with studying each individual question and concern and other things having to do with slots. So you can expect to see that sort of thing coming up. In any case, have fun, be safe, make good choices. Happy New Year. Bye.